The first round games. Oh, the music too. Yeah. So, what do you guys want to see? Ninja Pang versus Ladder 8, Kepco versus Cyrus, or Young Face versus Lakicha? Type 1, 2, or 3 for which game you want to see. And I'm going to go ahead and start the tournament and start the round. So, decide quick. I see 2 1s. I see a 2. Anyone else? NG decks of the Ivor. Am I dreaming? Oh, it's Cyrus. Yeah, Cyrus doesn't do meta. They play their own decks. All right, let's tie it just because. Thank you, Tara. I really appreciate it. If my mods didn't make my life difficult, they wouldn't be mods. All right, I got 2 1s and 2 2s. Any tiebreakers? Next person to type 1 or 2. All right. Oh. We got a 2 out of 1. All right, next one. Somebody vote 1 or 2. Okay, we got a 1. Yep. Fuck you guys. Like, from the bottom of my heart. Okay, 2. That's it. I'm going. Locked in. That's it. Thank you, DXDTF. Hey, democracy, great. Democracy. From the people who brought you Donald Trump. Let's fucking go. Wrong camera? This camera. Yes. So we're gonna watch Kepco versus Cyrus the Great today. Let's take a look at the decks that they have brought. Kepco brought, interesting, Blood Money Bounty with Heatwave and Oniromancy. This is very standard looking bounty with Purge and Textide. 1 extractor. We see Helga Enslave with Sandor Abduction. This is a Kepco classic. We've seen them play this multiple times. We got Precision Strike with Ragnarok, Great Oak, and a couple of dwarves and some Harmony. I guess Harmony, Gezra's Precision Strike, mid-range? I don't know what to call this deck. And finally, Golden Necker, Melusine, Self Wound, Ursine Ritual. So let's see what Cyrus has brought. I believe this is Golden Necker, Necrotome Vampires. Over here we have a Ragnarok, Endless Voyage Pirates, Double Scenario Pirates, a Cyrus special with Dagger, 2 blades. We have Uprising Cohen. And finally, Enslave Helga with some Assimilate. Hi, Akatash. Alright, so let's see what the bans are going to be. I worry a little bit about Cyrus's lineup into this. Like, I don't think Vampires has enough control to deal with Bounty or Helga. Whereas Kepco, between like Precision Strike Bounty, I think they have enough control to deal with Cyrus's Helga. So these 2 decks are a bit of a threat, I think, for Cyrus. And then we'll have to see how Pirates, whether they can handle the Gezris deck. But it looks like Kepco banned Cyrus's Helga deck, and Cyrus banned Kepco's Self Wound deck. Interesting choices. I would not have predicted the Self Wound ban, but we'll see. Invites should go out. There it is. We also know the coins. So for anyone that doesn't know, when you're playing in tournaments, after the bans go through, if you refresh the page, you can see here the gold, the yellow one means blue coin. So Kepco has to go first. My predictions for bans? I thought Cyrus would ban like either NG or SY. At least that's what I would have banned. Because these two are very control-y decks, and then these are engine decks, in my view. And even like Uprising, if you can fuck with the power of the units, it's going to be hard for Cyrus to get Cohen value. So I would, if I was in Cyrus's shoes, I would be trying to curtail some of the control. Like this, you can outpoint, right? This doesn't have, there's a Canute and you can deal with it. And this is like a swarmy kind of deck, which pirates don't mind playing against. Oh, yeah. I see no reason. Like, Wk4 might be shit, but I still think the music and the art will be fantastic. You got a tech loss? Oh no. Okay, let me reset your game. It might have been your ban didn't go through. Yeah, I reset it. After you do your ban, make sure to refresh to see if it went through. Sometimes it looks like it went through, but it doesn't go through. So the winner of this series will be playing against Rock Bros. That will be a cool one to watch, I think. Nick's going to be playing against the things we carry and in round 2, and Euros will be playing against Bredco. I would say Bredco and Nick are favorites, but you know, anything could happen in Gwent. And both Euros and things we carry have been steadily improving from playing in the tournament, partly. So I will be personally rooting for them. Young Face is another favorite of mine. They always bring interesting decks and play them in their own unique style, which with good results, better results than I would ever expect. Farther from meta than you refer? Well, that can be a good thing in tournaments. Like, I've usually done well with off-meta decks because I know the matchup better than others. And Flatherback, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Always good to see you. There's a lot of people that I don't see as much now that I don't stream Gwent regularly, but it's still always nice to see you and know you guys are still out there doing things, living life. I hope there isn't a technical issue. Like, I see no reason for CDPR to mess up like their music, which everyone loves, right? Like have you met someone who's like, nah man, Witcher music is ass? I don't think I've ever heard a negative thing about either Witcher, Gwent, Cyberpunk music at all from anyone. Only positives. And the other thing is, when you have art like the art quality of a game like The Witcher, the kind of people who are capable of creating that level of art end up wanting to work for you, right? Like, if you're a talented artist who really enjoys the art style of Gwent, there's a good chance you're going to want to work for CDPR, right? Listen to Gwent soundtrack at work, Price of Power, Glorious Perfection, yeah. Cursed says, Bethesda screwed it up with both Elder Scrolls and Doom composers for no reason. So that's a little different. Like, just having talent doesn't mean you're going to get good music.
Resistance shall not be tolerated.
But a company that delivered good music in a game with no indications that there's any like chance of change is going to keep doing good music in their game. So it's going to be Kepco from Blue Coin playing Enslaved 6 Helga and Cyrus from Red playing Vampires. So this is probably the matchup where Cyrus has the most hope, because I think in a short round with Golden Nectar and Necrotome, he could win. And being on Red Coin means he could potentially win on even. Getting rid of a Purify is risky when your opponent has Crystal Skull. But I guess he's planning to Royal Decree whatever gets Riptided. So we'll have to see. Will Kepco commit the Hefty Helga? Because Hefty Helga with shield will easily block Riptide. Oh, never mind. This is the answer to Riptide. Wow. Counterplay. Counterplay so hard. Like, that's it. That's... What do you do as Cyrus here? I guess you're just going to play Operator Letter, but... Veil is such a difficult thing for vampires to deal with. At least this deck has Operator, which means you can create your own target. Wait, why is Riptide 8 power? Because Shinmiri and Lirio thought that they should make a really dumb change in order to prevent a ping pong. They thought that the game should be completely stupid instead of like slightly less in a way that they don't like for 1 month. Even though, in my view, Riptide at 10 power is perfectly fine. You just have to use your brain. So we see Abduction used actually with Sandor to get a 10 power Fire Scorpion. And it looks like Cyrus has decided to give up the round. That's the only reason to play Ice Giant here. We might even see him play Maxi next. Yeah, like Wk4, you just target a card and remove it, right? Like literally you just remove a card. This is okay, but Riptide at 9 provisions was somehow a game-breaking card, even though you don't pick the target. Skjordal, by the way, 14 for 9. Totally fine. Monsters can't have nice things? I don't even think it's that. So Cyrus actually is playing Verena here. The idea there usually is to, like, that's a card you don't want yoinked. If Kepco were to yoink this in round 3, it would just be the end of Cyrus. So he's basically dumping the card right now. And Kepco uses Assassination plus a ping to kill it. No, Wk4 has downsides, sure. But all of the 9 provision removal cards have some conditions and downsides. Riptide has the downside of it always attacks the tallest enemy unit. Right? That's the counterplay. And when it breaks for 9 or now 8 points. Which is as much as a 4 provision bronze. Like, that's terrible. But all of the 9 provision removal cards have some sort of condition or downside. And so Riptide is a 9 provision removal card. Makes complete sense to me the way that it was designed, and with the limitation it had, it seemed perfectly balanced. I thought it was fine at 10 power, 9 provisions. 8 provisions, actually. I thought it was balanced then. but it got nerfed from 10 power, 8 provisions to 9 provisions, and then got nerfed to 10 provisions, which meant you couldn't play it in Golden Necker, removing one of the only control tools that monsters had available in Golden Necker. I mean, in general, like, monster control comes from neutral cards, and Riptide was the only, like, you know, it was like the one thing monsters had. It was like Toad and Riptide, right? And Toad has its own, like, Toad has been just steadily getting nerfed from all of the bronzes and engines getting power buffed by the council. So Toad is, like, way less played than it ever was. And so, like, I suggested, hey, if you guys really think Riptide is too strong, nerf it by 1 power. But move it back to 9 provisions so we can play it in Golden Necker. So that, like, Golden Necker decks don't just lose because opponent has a card like Sandor that you have to answer, and since you can't, you lose the fucking game. Since Golden Necker can't play like E-Wave or Geralt or Eskel or anything, right? The only way you had to answer this Sandor, which was like, I played a card, I win a round, was a card like Riptide. It's literally your only answer. I guess Curse of Corruption, but that has other problems, right? But that's like, that's what 9 provision removal cards should be. It's a conditional removal. And conditional is defined by me as opponent has a say in it. Opponent can prevent the condition. And you can prevent the condition of Riptide by having a different card be taller, which is not at all difficult. Or having a shield. Or having armor. Or. Like, there's just lots of ways to deal with Riptide. But the people who influence the vote think, like, this faction had good play rate. Let's nerf it. What's the card that's in a lot of their decks? Riptide? Let's nerf that. That's the best way to nerf the most, you know, nerf a percentage. Like, it's literally the same thing CDPR did that, like ruined a lot of the competitive aspects of the game. And it turns out the players are just as stupid. So here we go. Don't forget, oh, you're right. Monsters do have Parasite, the 6/6 removal. And now we have an 8/8. So it's interesting. Now Cyrus plays the Flutter. And he's gonna bring Lemons out and take care of this abduction. No? Bro, get rid of the abduction. Okay, he did. There's just a delay. He could have toxic musicians. No, because this only works on. Oh yeah, it works on any unit. I guess he could have, but that would lose him some tempo, and he really wants to win round 1 with this deck. So Cyrus is maintaining reach, and I don't think Kepko wants to play. I mean, he might play Vilgefortz. I don't know. But he doesn't want to play Helga here at all. If he wanted to play Helga, he should have opened with it. So here Cyrus commits the Flutter, and this decision to play Flutter before the Alp says he really wants to win the round, right? And he even used the leader charge. Wow. Necrat comes out. Right, because Necrat is what was put on top of the deck. So this is an easy choice for Cyrus. He just drops the Alp and then clicks the Necrat and he gets... Wait, does he get ahead? 7 and 4 is... Okay. So Kepko uses leader to make sure Cyrus can't just get ahead like that. And I think Cyrus now has to pass. That's just too much of a point difference. He couldn't get there with just an Alp, and he didn't want to play Golden Necker. Oh, sorry to hear that, Drogo. Yeah, I was looking for you. Yeah, cursed. Zach was just making a joke about monster control. This is the same reason you don't, but what you're saying is also the same reason you don't play Curse of Corruption in this deck. You just don't, like, when you're playing Necrotome, you don't want any specials in your deck other than, like, Golden Necker, Necromancy, or Last Wish. You want specials that will play a unit. Because that way, even if your Necrotome gets Heat Wave, you got some value out of it. So Kepko just passes here, opting for the long round. I think Vampire's win con was winning round 1 and then bleeding out Helga or Stefan. And since they did neither, yes, Vampires is decent in the long round, but also since you can't answer Fire Scorpion or Helga, all of your engines just get removed, and Necrotome doesn't really matter. Is a silly nerf? I agree. And the thing is, even the people who made that change don't think that's a good change. They did a stupid change because they're allergic to, like, a change getting reverted, and they think that somehow that's a bad thing if we ping pong a card back and forth. Not that we should. Riptide is fine at 9 power, 9 provisions. It's a perfectly balanced, if anything, like, underpowered card compared to other 9 provision removal cards. But let's just grant that you think that ping-ponging it is bad. You still shouldn't do a terrible change like this. That's the part I can't stand the most. So because Alp is not a card that is in the graveyard, Cyrus opens with it, so that his since it wasn't going to have the value off of Necrotome. Here we're going to have Necromancy on a Flutter. And this is why you want a special in your Golden Necker, so that you can get a Flutter. Now, it's super unfortunate, I think, for Cyrus that his top card was a drone. But at the same time, it does currently break Abduction. And actually, it totally breaks it. Is there a code over there? The code of weapons. So I think what's going to happen is maybe Kepko will coded weapons and Alp or something, and then he can battle station it out. So I don't. Oh, his abduction's gone anyway. He got banished, so it doesn't matter that it's bricked. Never mind. But yeah, here we have this Hefty Helga, which will not get answered by Riptide. Wk4 could answer it. No problem. Or like Morkvarg, I guess. What other 9P cards could answer this? Obviously Curse of Corruption, but that's not a card you would ever run in this deck. 2 piggies now, and Kepko doesn't have a leader charge, so I think we should see Stefan come down now. But maybe not. Maybe he wants to play Battle Station's Fire Scorpion first. Fire Scorpion, and then what? Coded weapons, maybe? He could coded weapons this Flutter and then finish it with a. Oh, he's gonna get rid of the piggy. I guess that's probably the same as killing the Flutter. Amnesty might smurf. Kepko kind of low rolling here, missing both Ardle and War Council. In a deck that thins so much, that's a little bit shocking and unlucky. But now he has this Fire Scorpion, which I believe has 2 charges. So he should be able to steal something with Amnesty next turn. Not that he even needs to. I guess he'll want to play Imperial Diviner first if he's maximizing his points. But that's kind of the balance. You have to decide between removing opponent engines or developing your own. People do not want to nerf or touch Nilfgaard because it helps them go to pro rank easily. Yeah, I think that over time, like, this is before even the Balance Council. A lot of people that just enjoy a certain type of gameplay, or that don't enjoy a certain type of gameplay, quit. So the people left are the ones who, who, who do like it. So there's definitely a bias in the player population. So the plan is to yoink this with Amnesty. Should be a flatter now. There's the Amnesty. And now Scorpion will remove this flatter. Riptide will just play for a wholesome 8 points this game. To be fair, if I was playing this deck, I wouldn't even run Riptide anymore. In fact, I don't think I would run Riptide in anything. I know it looks like Cyrus is doing fine, but this is going to be a massive, like, 16-point swing. But he did get Kepko to use Leader and Wk4 in round 1. That's the only reason the game was even close. It's going to be a 12-point final turn for Cyrus. And this Diplo should easily outpoint it. Because this Diplo is +3. Yeah, with these two engines, and then plus. So this Diplo is going to be +4. $10-point Diplo. More than enough. But a close game. So Cyrus drew everything. The only misfortune that Cyrus had was getting that drone as the top of Golden Necker. But I think that's canceled out by Kepko missing both Ardle and War Council. So that puts Kepko ahead 1-0 versus Cyrus. Oops. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Looks like those guys are playing out their series. So there's Helga. It goes through. And now red coin. Will Kepko play Precision Strike or Bounty? And then Cyrus is blue. I could see him playing any of... I've seen him play all of these decks from blue. Well, I've seen him play Pirates and Vampires from blue. I think he would be willing to play Uprising from blue as well, but we'll see. Ultimately, I think Lilota, like... There is no wisdom in putting just a generic voting system in a rock, paper, scissors card game. Like, people are going to lose to a thing and then vote to nerf it. Regardless of whether or not that thing is deserving of the nerf. So, it is what it is. Hey, Flaggy, how's it going? Oh, they're waiting on me, probably. My bad. Let me post the bracket for YouTube as well. I am deserving of the nerf, yet I'm still here. Exactly. By the way, I am obsessed with Arc Raiders. If any of you are like interested and want to play, just let me know. I'll give you my Embark ID. I've been having so much fun. I've been playing it off stream. It's like it's an extraction shooter, like a PvPvE kind of thing, but there's a character progression system, and the seasonal mechanic is much nicer than, like, I think, than games like Tarkov. And so far, everyone's been really nice. Like, there's been a lot of fun interactions we've had with randoms. Now, if you make an NR Sihil with Vernon. Yeah, and there's also Sabrina, Troco. The game get killed new Bungie project before it came out. What's the new Bungie project? I was watching a documentary about Arc Raiders. Apparently, initially, it was supposed to be like a co-op shooter, but then like they played it and it wasn't fun, and they kind of pivoted. Yeah, really open with Sabrina. Yeah, I know. Sabrina's not really the best for like setting up your Sahil, but it will reduce the power of cards and give you a 1 power target. So I don't know. I don't know when that's useful, but I thought we were just listing 1 power spies. I mean, it's a meme, even if you have 100% villain for first. Well, one nice thing about NR is you could play Pincer, I guess. Yes, but Troca, you know who is talking, right? I just say things, man. I'm just a yapper. Can't take what I said. Okay, so as I thought, Kepko's playing Bounty from Red. And Cyrus playing Pirates from Blue is also not surprising. He seems to enjoy that. But he doesn't have any boats in hand. He does have Tempest and Tome, but not having a boat. He could play Arcane Tome into Raiding Fleet to get a boat out. But yeah, okay. Now he has a boat. And he's got Crystal Skull, so that should be really nice for him. I'm surprised he mulliganed the Feral Bond. So if Kepko had a Confession Extractor, this is when he would play it. He's gonna Onira immediately. Into Confession Extractor, okay. It's a bit much for Onira maybe, but also he's against pirates. So a really cool thing you can do in Red Coin is just play this, play this, play this, and then you're done. Oh, especially now that there's actual bounty target.
Seen it all already. And then some.
I'm surprised to see Kepko click the Bloody Good Fun. I guess he can do it because it removes the funeral boat. And he plays Slander on the Trursatch Veteran while continuing to stay unitless. He'll actually be able to kill the Veteran with Hysteria if he wants. He wants to stay unitless, and Cyrus is kind of struggling with proactivity. If I was in Cyrus's shoes, here I would just play Crack on Crate. And then possibly even play Feral Bond, just to get armor carryover. Oh, wow, he's gonna play Dagger. Dagger, Feral Bond. I guess Dagger doesn't really get value since opponent has multiple tall punishes. and it's his only tall unit. Or is it?
Our shields are our ramparts!
Cyrus doesn't seem interested in taking the butcher. He just takes the 5 points. I think you just play Corsair. I don't know. Well, he's gonna play Tempest. So this is like blue coin pain for pirates personified. Turco got to the finals last week with the All Sahil lineup. So. Don't tell him he can't play Sahil. You're just daring him to show you. It's a bit expensive, I think, for Cyrus, but not terrible either. The real problem is he didn't get anything like from Kepco. And I think Pirates would want First Say in this matchup. He's also still hasn't drawn either scenario, which is a bit of a problem. Okay, this is a card he can at least open with. He's going to open with Funeral Boat instead. Very interesting. And just gets answered right away. And now Kepco has 8 coins. That means like a Scoundrel's very easy. Okay, so Cyrus is going to open with Anchor Longship. I think in a matchup like this where you have engines and they have ways to remove engines, you'd really would have wanted some engines in hand so you can play Feral Bond to get them armor. Armor is like a really big pain point for Bounty. But Cyrus is just content to go long round. He usually really opts for long round in this deck. And he does get 1 armor on 5 cards from that boat. But I would say Kepco is pretty happy in the situation. He has Oniro, he has a bunch of golds in his hand. He's already even maxed out his Ignatius. And he's got Octavia Hale, so he mulligans the Brute and... sorry, not Octavia Hale. So he mulligans the Brute and Ignatius Hale so that he can draw it. Now, we're probably going to see Oniro for Candle. But first, we have Deranged Corsair. That's actually, I think, a good thing for Cyrus because he still needs to draw Ragnarok. And that technically increases the chances of that happening. He does have a Dimeridium Shackles. This is super handy. The question is, what will it be used for? Shackles will also give everything armor. It's not a bad opener. He still has 1 boat in the deck for Raiding Fleet. I guess the choice is, do you want to lock the spenders? Or do you want... Like, I think Caleb you just kill, right? You just kill it. Okay, he's going to play Raiding Fleet first instead.
Abhorrent monstrosities, inconceivably grotesque.
So Kepco plays the Witchfinder, which applies a bounty to Dimmerlight Longship. But only at the end of the turn. What is this card in your hand? What do you mean? His hand is fine. And he can put 2 cards back. Yeah, I'm very surprised to see the ping on a Scoundrel instead of on Witchfinder for armor. And also, like, 1 ping gets this to 6 and puts it within range of leaders. But now Menge is on the board. I would, in this situation, I would Abor dodge the Menge and then use Deranged Corsair to give it infusion and then leader it and get the Cataclysm going. Plus get the Chapter 1 scenario proc. I think that's the easy choice. And like, what? You're giving a 2 power 4 armor unit to your opponent. Tell him to have fun with it. You know what that's for Seawolf? Your Seawolf's not going to get value here. Plus, there's another Abordash. There it is. He still hasn't drawn Ragnarok. You want to get your Cataclysm going. There's the Heatwave on the scenario. Could play another Ankre Longship. This has a lot of armor. Kepko currently has 12 damage on his leader, which is a lot. Well, without Menge, he can't remove 2 things in 1 turn. So Ankre Longship is probably safe for a turn. And then Croc can give armor to these 3. Heatwave being gone is a big deal, but they're still Graydon. Hammond did get buffed, so Hammond might be a good addition to this deck now. Osiris is playing this deck exactly as is for a few seasons now. Okay, we do see D-Shackles come down. Since Menge is gone, and now this Cataclysm is set to kill the Scoundrel, which means we should see Onira into Candle to prevent that. That's exactly what we see. Since Kepko is low on coins now, it looks like Cyrus is going to choose this moment to play Crack on Crate. It's got 6 armor already. Gives armor to Hjalmar, Justiana, and Terror of the Seas. But there is a leader for 13. And that answers that problem. I think maybe Cyrus was hoping to play Ankre Longship next to Croc to get rid of the Scoundrel. But now he's kind of in a bind. Justiana will board wipe, so that is something. And it will still keep 1 armor. And this Menge currently doesn't... Oh, this Graydon currently doesn't do anything. It's bricked. There's no more ways to apply bounty. But Cyrus, of course, doesn't know that for sure. These 2 cards are going to be swapped. Okay, he's going to go with Abordage into Justiana. He really wants to draw the scenario. Or Abordage to Hjalmar. Interesting. He wanted to try and draw the scenario. Scenario is the literal bottom card of the deck. And now with Candle on the board, a spender that can't be answered.
Prejudice can carry a high price. They pay.
Kepko can protect his cards. He says, if you want to remove a spender with your Terror of the Seas, you can. So Cyrus won't be losing any more cards, but this is 16, and this is 16. 32. This is 6, and that's it. This is just 6. I guess maybe 7. Yeah, this is a 7-point card. The opponent doesn't have any more removal, but
Just stop playing me now.
he... Like, Kepko knows that Cyrus doesn't have any more raid cards.
Blood of boys, I punch.
So I think Kepko's just going to outpoint him. Because remember, he also has 10 coins on the board. And that's a lot, like, that's 12 or 13 points worth of coins there.
Carve out my name in your drunken hide if I have to.
This is once per turn, right? Yeah.
We are here.
57 or 56 to 28. And while this is like 18 points, that will only get him to 46. So Kepko's going to win by like 8 or 9 points. Sorry, by 11 points. And comfortably advances in the series 2-0. Dispatching with Cyrus's lineup with his Hefty Helga deck, followed by Blood Money Bounty. Which are the 2 decks, I thought, one of which Cyrus would ban. So, Boat Build is just Dwarven Chariot, but worse. It has a better deploy, arguably. But yeah. That was a cool series, I thought. Let's see what the bracket's doing. We have Ninja Pang beat Ladder Ape 2-0. Kepko, we saw that game. Youngface lost to Lakika 2-0 as well. So it's going to be Kepko versus Lakika, Nick versus Things We Carry, Euros versus Bretko, and Rogbros versus Ninja Pang. I'm going to go ahead and start round 2. And let's take a look at what decks Ninja Pang brought. Can you proc Drakkar? Can't you proc Drakkar twice? Once with Tome and then you have Boat Builders and Salvo Priests? Drakkar. Oh yeah, like in the same turn? Yeah. You could do Boat Builders with Drakkar in like an engine-y kind of capacity. Hey, Beat on the Pratt. How's it going? Bounty sending is so satisfying when it works? Yeah, it's like printing money, right? Because you apply a bounty and then it costs you like 5 coins and then you kill the thing, or it costs you like 5 coins to kill a thing and then you get 5 coins from having killed it. It's kind of seems like a life hack. Do I know how printing money works? Or how do you know how printing money works? From playing Syndicate, obviously. Have you not seen my Cleaver Townsfolk deck? Where I create Cleaver's muscles for free? So Ninja Bank brought Golden Necker Bounty. Braham. Shiru Guerrilla Tactics. The Eichner special. The Devotion Eichner Shiru deck. V with This is the V deck. This is the V deck. And a Temple Drog. So that'll be interesting. Wait. That's Ninja Bang. Right? Yeah, now let's take a look at what Rogros brought. So Rogros brought Torres Assimilate. So very standard Enslave 6 Assimilate. Wait, what power did Torres come out as? Was he like 5 power or 4 power or something? This card has gotten Renfried a little bit. I don't like Brehead. No, I really hate Brehead. I hate Brehead with a passion. You'll Eat Bucks, did you have a different Twitch name? Did you change your name? Hey Sam, how's it going? I guess I could pull up your message history and try and figure it out. I feel like for such a long time viewer, I should recognize you. And millions of platinum, time to spend. Is this Meow? No. Who is this? Oh, you told me. Yes, you did. Yo, do you want my STFC account? DM me on Discord if you want it. I was thinking of you. I'm thinking about stopping playing, and I was like, who do I know that might enjoy a pretty decked out level 60 account? Hey, Cintrian. You are an hour late, but I hope to see you next week. So, Rogros brought Blaze of Glory with Blood Eagle, Iced Herald, and Turgby. Feels so good. I just like... It's just a thing I gotta, like, do now, you know, every day for like an hour. I do it while watching TV, but it still feels like, I'm like, why do I gotta do this? I'd rather be doing something else. I'm gonna miss the people. I've met a lot of good friends. And the Twitch community is also very awesome. But a few of them have started playing variety games as well, so... So Rogros's other deck is Pincer, Sunset Mutagenerator with Vernon Roche, Hubert Snowdrop. This is a Cohen deck. Cohen Traveling Priestess. And then Lilith's Omen. Oh, Mamuna. Mamuna Bloody Mistress. Oh no. Rogros brought a Cusento deck. I didn't think I'd see the day. By the way, guys, we should buff Toad Prince by a power. I don't vote anymore, but if you vote, this card should probably get a buff. Or Provision, even. Provision's probably a better change. You're still on the OTLS server for some reason? They try to convince you to come back every so often? That's funny. Blue Shirt Guy came back. But really, it's just Blue Shirt Guy and Jason are the only two I see in there that I recognize. Pretty much everyone else that I like joined Legion, right? So Thomp, Furry, Apollo, Deviant, Miss J. Yeah, like the only people I recognize are Geo Jason and Blue Shirt Guy nowadays. Probably be fun. Yeah, mostly because I think Monster 7 and 6 provision gold is just a very weak area. Like, the Beast could go to 6 provisions. To 7 provisions, Penitent nerf? That's a good point, Lisa Martinez. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, maybe not. Unless you dig it to 6 provisions. A 2-part change. Yeah, Beast to 6 would be good. Because Piggy is 5, and Beast is 6. I think that's a fair change. Beast to 5 power? Beast already goes tall. And like, if somebody wants to do 6 damage to remove an engine, I think they should be allowed to. Requiring 7 damage to remove a 2-point a turn engine seems wrong to me. This game refuses to die? Yeah. Maybe someone should have, I don't know, who would have been a good steward for Gwent? I don't think CDPR was willing to give it to anybody, but it would have been cool if they just let some other company become its caretaker. Like, maybe there's room in the industry for certain companies to become game caretakers. Because I think building and releasing and publishing a game is a different skill set than being a caring steward of a game. And there's a lot of games out there that have long, like, just, they have, like, they may not be growing, but they're also not shrinking. They just have a devoted and loyal following who would continue to support the game. And would love it if the game got some more, like, dev support. And sometimes the developer steps in and does it, like Microsoft is doing with Age of Empires 2. It's like my favorite example of a game that was like community supported that then became dev supported and is thriving. Frankly, they have good tournaments. They get good Twitch numbers. They have really good tools, like you can observe people in game. There's replays, recordings, tournaments, community ones, big name Microsoft sponsored ones.
You've talked enough.
I do think being hard to control is a Niv MO. I don't know if that's ever been true. At least I've never felt it's true. It felt more like having no control was Monster's identity. But it is like a cool vibe. Like you kill one and then 2 come out. Like it would have been really cool. Like if you kill a necker, they get 2 neckers. You know, like I always thought that like there should have been an archetype in the game that punished control. Like Deathwish doesn't punish control, you know?
Have you seen a fuse lying about, have you?
Like, what if destroying a Kikimor warrior spawned 2 Andrega larva or something?
Your skull will make a fine tank.
They should be, yeah. I agree with that. But like, again, I always think about counterplay when it comes to Gwent card design. So like, put yourself in the shoes of your opponent. You're against someone, and they played the Beast, and it's 7 power now. And they play, like, you're against Deathwish or something. And now it's just going to be a 2-point a turn engine, and there's nothing you can do about it outside of a tall punish. You shouldn't need a Geralt to answer a 6 provision card, or a 7 provision card, or whatever. But anyway, let's talk about this game. So Ninja Bang is playing Devotion Shiru from Bluecoin, and Rogbros is playing Blaze of Glory Pirates and Warriors. So he's got Ancrate Raiders, he's got Iced, he's got Stjordal. Morkvarg is interesting in this deck. I guess that's why I said Pirates and Warriors, but it's really just a Warriors deck with Morkvarg. Heal's a little out of place, but it's 9 provisions, so... And he's playing Turgby. Like, Blood Eagle can't play Morkvarg, right? Yeah, it's just a warrior from your deck. Now, Turgby is a pirate and a warrior. And sometimes you see this deck play like Svanriga. but not in this case. In this case, we have feral bonds. Yeah, I guess because Morkvark has no honor. And you need honor to be a warrior. So this Haymate Protector actually has some cool synergy with Drum and Berserker.
What? This? Scratch.
And it would have been a cool card to play after the bleeding was applied to something. But right now Rogrov's just playing bronzes. And keeping reach. So Ninja Pang is forced to play frogs, frog baiting season. Stimulus is for double backup plan or double harvest in this version.
Steel to the test.
Since the Circle of Life was already played. That does mean that Bountiful Harvest is playable, but first we'll see Cow Witcher. It has really cool synergy with frogs. Because part of like the weakness of this card is it takes a long time to pay off, but now it's this is like 3 points a turn as opposed to just 1 point a turn for Vitality. So this played for what, 10 points? If he gets 2 more turns. I always like this synergy. I think it's a cool cool use of the card. This is how a bronze should play for 8 points. It shouldn't just be like, hi, I'm here, I play for 8 points.
Reasons for the feeble.
I don't think any 4 provision card should play for 8 points unconditionally. But it's not up to me anymore. We have a Blood Eagle come down for Brockmore Warrior, and that puts Rogros very close. He takes out the unit with Vitality. And Ninja Pang might want to use this opportunity to just book out of the round. His Shiro is at 5 as well, which is a bit awkward. What about 11 for a 4? Yeah. So, like Slave Infantry, Legendary Meatball. This is an 8 for 4 in round 3. I don't know if that counts. Well, when I say conditional, I always mean like a card is conditional if the opponent can prevent the condition. You can't really prevent the condition of Slave Infantry. Like, it's just not really something you can prevent. Like, you can technically prevent it, but not practically. Right? Like, not realistically. Not in any meaningful way.
Easiest part of the job.
Like, I can't prevent the game from going 3 rounds. Maybe I can, but like... So Rogros played a Raider, and Ninja Pang played Mahakam Pass, and then Rogros passed. That's very interesting to me. I guess because he didn't want to do damage to a Giant Slayer. And Rogros plays Fob into Rebuke and gets carryover. 4 points of carryover going into the next round is not nothing. there is synergy with tempering, but a lot of times you save tempering for Shiru in case you need it. So we're missing Ithnet, and we have 2 bricks. Call of the Forest can be used to play Ithnet though. What are some other high point 4P bronzes in the game right now, guys? Like Nectar Warriors are 7. Fiends are 8, but with a condition, I guess.
Never ever whistle in a mine.
Small condition, albeit. But they degrade gracefully. Tortoises are 7. Brockmore Warrior is an 8 for 4. This is 7. Here it all comes down to Answer the Miner. Styleblood Butcher. Styleblood Butcher can be as low as 6. Because you do 2 damage and then you do 3, right? Oh yeah, Karak Marine is an 8 for 4. NL Conquerors are 8 for 4s. 9 for 4s if you're Frost. 10, like... Because your opponent can't prevent you having Frost on the on the board. That's not a thing that anyone can counterplay. There's more of them. Aithna is immune, so it's safe from Rock Rust. Necker is fine, but I really want to see buff Self-Eaters. I always thought Self-Eaters at 6 power, 6 provisions would have been fair. Instead of 5 power, 6 provisions, or 5 power, 5 provisions. So this is when we see Simless come down with backup plan to take care of Herkia. How will Ninja Pang deal with Iced? I wonder. Without the Miner, he can't get Shiru to 7 power. I guess he could. He could with Bountiful Harvest, actually. If he hadn't buffed Shiru, if Shiru was at 3, then he would have a few 6s, then he could like leader the Iced. But we're gonna see Herald first. Makes sense, this is an engine. And if this gets Shiru, you're not necessarily unhappy. This is an 8 for 4. Like, yes, technically this has a condition, but the condition is your opponent having units. It's not reasonable to expect someone to not have units as counterplay to this. And like, it downgrades to 7 if they only have 2 things you can hit, if it downgrades to, you know, 5 at worst. Has a floor of 5, ceiling of 8, and very frequently it plays for 8. Most of the time I would say it plays for 8. I always forget buffing Shiru. Yeah, knowing when and how to buff Shiru is a big part of the skill of playing this deck, right? And that's why I've always been okay with Shiru, is like both players have some agency in the matter. I always did think that like the 2 big things that CPR did wrong was making Guerrilla Tactics 3 boost instead of 2, and then making Shiru not kill himself. Like, I would rather Shiru have gone to 9 provisions and still killed himself. Because it makes it so, like, you can buff Shiru to any number with 0 downside. That just seems wrong to me. Interesting gutting slide. I guess it was the only thing Throgros could hit. He's trying to delay playing cards and setting up, giving opponent a good Shiru for as long as possible, but I'm a little worried about Rogros's points potential. He doesn't have a great sword in the deck anymore. It's in his hand. He doesn't play tier in this deck either. So he's kind of like, instead of Tyr, he plays Morkvarg and Turgi, and he's kind of relying on his ice just carrying him. Shiro used to kill himself too. It was a change in like the last year or two of Gwent active development. It was like when they were going through all the archetypes that nobody played and were like over buffing them to make them be played, instead of just buffing cards to be good. And then, you know, like if Deathwish cards are good, people will play Deathwish because Deathwish cards that are good will play good points for provision and will have synergy with each other, right? And then people would just come up with decks. But instead of doing that to all the cards that were bad, CDPR went and like they had like a KPI of like make dwarves be played. So they just buffed the shit out of a bunch of dwarves, and then everybody was playing only dwarves with Renfrey and Shiru and with Sensor and like a million other things. They would just play like the Zoltans and the Dwarven Skirmishers and then throw some mid-range cards with them. That's why I'm always against it when the Balance Council people want to make changes by archetype. It's just not how you design good systems. You make the Legos be good, and then people will build cool shit with your Legos. If you try to like
They'll not be here alive.
force a specific type of house, then that's all you're gonna get. But anyway, I'm gonna stop yapping about balance and design. 14 to 34. Rogros is down 20 points, and there's still a Shiru in Ninja Peng's hand. There's still no good Shiru targets. Tempering is a nature card, so it will get an extra 3 points on that. Turgvi plays for 14 points, or 15 with Harold. And now it's a 10-point lead. Rogros still has his leader. And he's been trying to set up Bloodthirst. Like, he would have liked to have Bloodthirst 3, but it doesn't look like he's going to have it. And it's, to be fair, it's very hard to get Bloodthirst against this deck. Because it plays, like, one card that can be Bloodthirst. I mean, this was a Turgvi target, this was, and then there's these tokens and Simless, and this is like a 2-power card. It's this is a 1-power card. It's very hard to get Bloodthirst against this. This is my point. Greatsword comes down. Shiro can kill the Greatsword at least. But it's better to just kill. Oh wow, that's a massive shit. What am I saying? Of course, it's a 20-point Shiro. Holy shit. Well, game over.
My beauteous commands.
What a Shiro. So that's why he set it to 5. He was gonna kill all the 6s with a 5-power Shiro. Okay. I mean, a 3-power Shiro would have done the same thing, I think. But that was a Giga Clap. Let's see if Rogros can emotionally recover from this, or if Ninja Pang will take it to 0. So when Milva came out, she used to do like 2 damage anytime something got moved, right? And she was lower provision. I think she was like 10 provision or something. And she had like 4 power, I want to say. And so Milva could kill with 1 leader charge. You could kill a 5 with a rock slide. With making a bomb or rock slide, you could kill an 8. So you have to get stuff to 9 power to not lose it. Yeah, she still does that. She still goes back into deck on Deathblow. But it was she did 2 damage. So each of the Guru Tactics leaders was worth 5 points. And it was 5 points of damage. So 15 damage on a leader was a big deal. So because of that, they nerfed guerrilla tactics. Like they changed it to and then like because you know CDPR always refused to nerf the OP thing because they thought they're balancing Dota. They're like, let's just make other things OP and they'll all balance each other out. No, because this isn't a 5v5 and there's no draft. You don't get to pick what cards your opponent has and what cards you bring to counter it. Like none of that works. That's just a thing you read in an industry article and decided that you were going to make it your justification for terrible design. Anyway, I'm so sick of people like justifying we'll just make other OP things to counter OP things, like because that's what Dota does as a philosophy. First of all, ain't nobody enjoy playing Dota. Find me one happy Dota player. I'll wait. Go on, go ask. Find me a mentally balanced Dota player. And number two, just nerf the OP thing that you did. Just admit that you may have overtuned it slightly. But no, they nerfed everything else, and then they ended up nerfing Milva anyway, to the point where nobody played Milva. They had to rebuff it. The Dota hate is real. Lockdown was just the reason Lockdown was a problem is because in Gwent you build decks that have synergy with your leader, and then 1 out of 15 games, let's say there's 15 leaders, 1 out of 15 games your whole deck just breaks, not because of anything that happened in the game, but because of who you got matched against. It was like, oh, are you playing a 0 synergy like point slam deck? Okay, you win. No, then you lose. Congratulations for spending 15 minutes of your life on a video game designed to make you feel good. Or that's supposed to make you feel good. This is the thing that Gwent devs never understood, is that you queue into a game and you don't pick your opponent. So it's not fun when I queue into a deck that's like, oh, you don't exist anymore. But anyway, we got Rogbros here in the blue corner playing Warriors against Golden Necker Bounty. He's got the Stratagem. Ninja Pank opens with Gellert, right? Because it's an immune card. And he's gonna then play Hysteria to apply a bounty to Anchored Raider. Wait 1 turn for this to transform. You can't bounty this because when it transforms, the bounty goes away. But Rogbros drops an Anchored Marauder, and now the Drum Berserker will finish off the Gellert. So nice use of this card. This also used to be 3 power, now it's 7 for 4, which I think is fine, but it's just an example of the power group. Hey, Rich. I saw you playing this morning, or morning my time. I was getting a couple of games in before getting ready, and I wanted to like invite you, but then I always miss you by like 2 minutes. Hope you've been having fun. Yeah, you got hooked. You're level 14. Very nice. Marauder will go to 5 power. It's only a matter of time. Maybe not. It's getting good play. Yeah, provisions are a social construct, Roko. Shouldn't be able to run that fast with all the gear on your back. But I put points in stamina. And there is a weight limit based on your augment. So like your looting augment or whatever has a weight limit. They're using like nanotechnology to augment your muscles. That's why you can run fast. It's the future, bro. We have the technology. Oh, I knew you were playing. I just didn't want to wait. I'm also addicted. You remember when Renfrey didn't have Doom? I remember. First season of Renfrey, the most common Renfrey deck was double cross Renfrey. because everybody else was playing rent free too. And so you could play like 6 rent frees. And every other rent free deck ran Triss. So if you had rent free in your hand, you put it in your deck so Nilfgaard couldn't put spying on it. This is before Taurus, of course. 7 power, 13 provisions. And if you want to see what rent free was like, go watch this clip and watch the point swing. So Ninja Pang committed a Gellert, an Executioner, and a Blacksmith.
Nerf this fucking card, man.
And Rogros committed Turgby, which Turgby would have played for. I guess Kalkstein could have blocked it. Where's Kalkstein? Oh, he doesn't have Kalkstein. Then again, you probably, if you're against Turgby, you don't play Ignatius till your last turn anyway. And this card has Veil, so Turgby doesn't work on it. Turgby would have just killed one of these. I guess it was fine to drop it. It's still a cost. I think he would have preferred to keep it, but he also wanted to win the round. So what are warriors supposed to do here against Golden Necker Bounty? Are they supposed to bleed and get like Golden Necker out or not? I think I would have a hard time in Rogros' shoes. Anybody know what do you guys think is the correct way to play this matchup? Yeah. One sec. I don't know if you can hear me, Eurusmeister, but once you win with the deck, you can't play it again. Hopefully you guys can finish out the series in friendlies. Renfree still 1 power unit, still sees play? Yeah. I think because all of those like 4P thinners getting buffed to be 8/4s with 1 thinning. And like all those bronzes, those point slam cards getting buffed, make Renfree better. Can you guys... Yeah, just play via friendlies if you can. And then let me know what the result is. The other thing about rent-free decks is that they can be comfy to play. Because you have points and you have some answers, and then you just kind of like know what you're doing in every game. And people like that. Nothing wrong with it. So Ninja Pang in round 2 managed to play Candle and a card, right? And Rogros takes the long round, and he's playing a lot of veiled cards. Now there is a Teshem, but there's no Purify. And Ninja also didn't get like Cyrenova KO or anything of that sort. Also currently missing Caleb. He does have Bank, so he has access to whatever card he wants if he doesn't get it from Golden Necker. But you really don't want a Golden Necker on a board with 2 veiled cards. So kind of want to see what he does. If I'm Ninja Pang, I just played Tunnel Drill and boosted once. But I can respect Teshem taking out Harold, because Harold was more than 10 points. Right? Because every warrior that's played would have procced it. Rogros playing another Veiled card. Ornate Sensor, the only Golden Nectar deck I remember playing it in was like Arrakis. What did Foltest Leader do? The Borsodi brothers making leaves? Yeah, people have tried to buff them. They might get buffed again next season. The Ophiri Council wants to buff them, maybe. In my Discord, there's a poll. The Ophiri Council always posts a poll. So you guys can go vote in it if you want. They've been getting all their changes through, so influencing that is worth doing. Here, I'll post it here as well. Legendary, I think you're thinking of Death Shadow. Delaf Leader was like did damage and created an Ekimara, I think. 15 years in the sewers begging like a beast. Honestly, it doesn't even look that OP anymore. And it's like what vampires need. You bleed something low and then you can damage it to finish it off. And without it, vampires have never recovered. And like, there have been lots of times where vampires are meta, but because of some OP gimmick. Like Regis Renfrey or Golden Necker Necrotome. Never because they're just good cards. Because fundamentally, it takes too long for bleeding to kill stuff. And like the healthiest thing CDPR could have done was bring that leader back. But they didn't. Because they were incapable of reversing bad things. Oh, Foltest Patch was like, all of the expansion cards were released for only NR and nobody else. Imagine thinking that that would be okay. The most points in removal? Because it was 15 points. Right? 6 points of damage and 9 points of... Whereas other leaders were less. Yeah, but then they needed to buff other leaders, like... to be equivalent in terms of points. Like, vampires doesn't work, like, or they could have made it, like, if you control 3 vampires. Or if the target is bleeding. There's a lot of ways to fix it, other than just completely making... Like, Blood Scent is such a boring leader ability, I hate it. So it's the Battle of the Veil versus the Bounty. But right now, Rockbros seems to be doing fine. We still have to see what this Golden Necker's gonna do. Because, like, depending on what cards come out, could be interesting. Usually, the powerful part of this deck is the Poison Brothers. But Gellert was played in round 1, and Roland is in deck chilling. This is the Harvest of Sorrow menu music. Sorry. Winchex, do you play the Borsodi brothers? He used to be like in a mid-range Syndicate deck. Back when Jackpot was like the meta deck, that's probably where you saw it the most, but we just have like better bronze spenders now with less limitations. And we have Candle. Personi are like Etriol and Merlega. Right? Like on paper they look good, but in games where you like, because you just don't have, you don't always get your cards in the right order, and the conditions aren't always correct, it just doesn't end up working out as much. But they could still be playable with like 1 power, 1 provision buff for each of them. Like, you know, a power or a provision, right? But it's the medium provision golds problem. Which I don't remember. Wasn't around then. Hey Tom, who laughs? And Travis, I missed the last 30 in this one. Aw. So I should also let you guys know there won't be a tournament next Sunday because I have family in town and I want to spend time with them. But we will resume tournaments the following week. If another content creator like Aithne or Rockbros or whoever wants to organize it, I'm happy to help them by like announcing it and stuff. Irregular maybe? Welcome in, Irregular. Thank you for the raid. We're in round 2. Rogbros is fighting for his life against Ninja Bang. Go for it. Like, I can make the tournament and post the link and stuff. I just can't be here to admin and cast it. So if you guys find someone else who's willing to do it, have them reach out to me on Discord in the next few days. And I'll you know, get it working. Okay, this is kind of brave. But I guess Turkey's gone, so it doesn't matter.
What? This? But a scratch.
I'm surprised we didn't see Skirtle and Caleb Menge immediately. But I guess Veil, 1 power, 2 power, 4 power that transforms.
In my trade, I am a great artist.
Why did... Are we gonna... I guess we're gonna leader it. He should spend first, though. Spend one more time. There it is. We're in round 3, regular. And Warriors won round 1. They played Turkey to win the round. Where is it? Oh, Hjalmar was used on Turkey.
I will not bend my neck for that.
Okay, this is a mistake, I think, because now Menge on Skjordal is going to be 1,000,000 points. Yeah. What? Whoa, what? No, what? Oh, yeah, we got click over here. My bad. But they're still iced and leader, so there are a lot of points. 55 to 22. 56 to 22. 56 to 20. So there's that 36 points. Can Ice do 36 points? I don't think he can. This is 20 something. Damn. Short by 3. Oh, if he had killed Caleb, I wonder if he wins that. Damn. Someone smarter than me do the math. Would killing Caleb have been enough? Torko says he would have won. What do you do when you... I don't think Ice needs to get +3 to get value. Like, there's discard Ice decks, and then there's like Warrior Ice. This is just like Warrior Ice. It's not... doesn't need to get that to be good. As you saw, he almost won that game. If he just removes manga. So irregular, what we were talking about was I'm gonna be unavailable next Sunday, and I'm looking for someone to admin and cast the tournament. So if you know anyone who wants to do it, I'm happy to help in any way I can. Set it up and whatnot. You just cast it. But I won't be around to like resolve issues. So it looks like Bretko beat Diersmeister. I don't know if it was 2-1 or 2-0, but I'm just gonna, it's good enough. So, round started. You guys want to watch Bretko Ninja Pang or Kepko versus... I feel like we gotta watch this one, because we haven't seen Nick play today, and we did see both. We also haven't seen Bretko play. Alright, type 1 or 2 for which one you want to see. Thanks, feels good, man. I knew it could count on you. So we got 2 2s and a 1. It happens, Euros. It's normal. Don't worry about it. And to tie it. Thanks, Dare. Nastigo says 1. Ira says dealer's choice. That doesn't help me. Oh, the BC will kick in? Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah. Well, I guess it's not my problem, so I don't care. I'm not making it against Ninja. He brought serious decks. Good luck. What did Nick bring? He said he brought some more interesting stuff. Akatosh, remember you said like who brings try hard decks to a community tournament? That comment got to Nick, so he picked different stuff this time, he said. Let's see what he brought. Air guard. Oh my god. That's an appropriate response. Alright, so we got Masquerade Ball Aristocrats with Vincent. We have Dwarves with Simless. So this is Armor's Workshop Cranmer Dwarves. We have Jackpot Captain Yago. And Unseen Elder Frost. Hey, Sarcastic. How's it going? Imagine only being a 99 could literally never be me. Oh, Massigos, you gotta miss one of these streams one day. So it looks like Self Wound was banned again. Nobody wants to play against Kepko's Self Wound. And Kepko banned Nick's Aristocrats. So Nick is going to play Frost from Blue again. Is this the Wild Hunt Hounds version? It is. Well, he's got one Wild Hunt Hound this time. No, he's got 2. Yep. And he's playing against Kepko's Bounty. Blood Money Bounty with Heatwave and Oniro. Sometimes I break a streak to feel like I actually have a life. I don't know, Akatosh. I haven't seen you post a long streak, so I don't really... I think you're just saying that. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Yeah. Say a prayer for our Call of Duty friend. EA not used on the Wahan Hound is an interesting choice, but it makes sense. Usually Bounty takes a turn to get going. They can't really just do 5 damage to something. Here comes the other Hound. Nick loves these little doggies. To be fair, they are kind of cute. Who's the goodest, coldest boy? Posture check. I'm posturing right now. Posturing so hard right now. Oh, what happened to my... There. You let the dogs out? He did. So now he uses, now that the bounty was applied by Kepco, Nick just uses TA to get this. Kepco responds by just playing Hysteria for 6 points. You guys remember when this was a 5 provision card? Pepperidge Farm remembers. And then Nick plays NL Conqueror, and the round is over. No Frost was applied, and Winter Queen was kept in hand anyway, so it wouldn't have even come out. But now the question is, will Nick push? And I feel like he absolutely should and will. But he also, you know, Nick plays Frost differently than most people. Like, he plays it from blue, or he likes playing it from blue. He runs Wild Hunt Hounds. He's got Unseen Elder and Morvad. Like, I feel like he's got a good show round. Elder, Morvad, Oberon is very powerful.
Their hair so silky.
He's missing Gales, Naglfar, and Kirnalia. We see Scapegoat come out, and Confession Extractor kills it. Puts Kepco at max coins. Nick plays a Naglfar crew. Hey, Mimic. What are we talking about? 3 power, 4 power, what?
Coins keep the game running. Clink, clink.
BC has not buffed. Oh yeah, they did buff doggos. Yeah, they did buff doggos. It used to be 3 power and would go to 4. Now it's 4 and goes to 5. Octavia is an interesting choice here. He's got Scoundrel in hand and the Brute. Nick has a tall punish. He's just gonna pass. So he wanted some Frost on the board. And to thin his Winter Queen. And it's kind of an annoying thing for Kepco to have to calculate. I think Scoundrel will get him there. That looks like what he's gonna do.
Wag your tongue to anyone.
And he tributes. Getting an aristocrat done is actually probably pretty smart. He has to boost once for 3 points because of the frost. This is 6 points. Or 2 points actually. 2 and 2, 4. It was 4 points. So yeah, that if he hadn't done that, it would have been a tie. And so he Kepko's gonna start the round with 3 coins. And Nick's gonna have last say. He does get Naglfar. He's still missing Caranthir, Golden Child, Tyrnalia, and Unseen Elder. Gales will be able to play Tyrnalia, and then Naglfar will either play Caranthir or Unseen Elder. Okay, he draws another gold. So now Gales is for Caranthir. Kepko's gonna Oniro for Candle. That makes sense. Stays unitless, gets some coins. In case he has to answer an engine. Menge is a lot weaker in this matchup for obvious reasons. He's row locked. Painted Ale is more like it's actually a good card to keep nerfing. Because it's a filler now. But Renfree and Golden Necker nerfs are not good. Because... yeah. We've talked about this before. Like, Painted Ale had one abuse deck. Maybe it wasn't urgent, but at this point, it's fine to just keep nerfing it forever to fill that slot. Because of the bat system we've been given. A lot of boost coming on this one NL Conqueror. Basically begging for a Heatwave. But Kepko's in no rush, I don't think. It does actually... oh, well, maybe he is in a rush. Because it does kind of block the Witchfinder. There's no point Heatwaving him now, though, because it's not like Oberon is anything. The Brute boosts himself, has a profit that increases every time you put in a bounty on something. And I don't think he's getting the profits going up every time this tries to apply bounty. I think the bounty has to actually be applied. So Kepko's kind of in a bind, honestly. Killing Oberon makes sense. Because it's an engine. But Nick did use a movement already, just to get value on his Frost. And now, if he uses movement on Freak Show, he won't have it for Menge. Which would be a problem, because this is still alive. There's a bit of a conflict between... wow, okay, so we see Inler's Wrath come down and answer Freak Show. That's kind of surprising. I guess the idea is this is going to die to Frost anyway. And it was also denying Kepko a target, but then Kepko responds by playing Heatwave. And I think Nick can just play Wildhound Warrior on the back row now. Just save leader for Caleb. Okay, instead he's just gonna play Aridin. And that does remove a spender, so that's also good. Now this Caleb is worthless. Because there's no... the other execution is not available in hand. Okay, leader used with Caleb to at least get some value. And Candle is used to keep the Witchfinder alive. That's interesting. On an empty board. I guess it's going to help with the profit of the Brute, potentially. But... Unseen Elder could be a card to play here. Purge will do 5 damage. Leader will do 1. Unseen Elder will live. That's only because we know there's no executioner.
Naivety is a fool's blessing.
Wow. Gales. So that means there's no Unseen Elder coming. It's just going to be Gales for Caranthier. Or, sorry, Naglfar for Caranthier. So Nick is committed to just having big cards.
Yes, Mama.
Why are we boosting Manga? And giving more Frostbound? Like, why not boost the Witchfinder? I don't understand. So it's going to be a Purge finisher. Since the Tall Punish is gone for Frost, you want to play all of the Bounty Hunters first. Are we going to replay the Wildhunt Warrior? No, we're going to replay the Bruiser. Okay. That's fine, too. It's now at Prophet 6. Now it's at Prophet 7. Well, why? What are we going to do with that extra coin? We should have played the Brute first. Here comes Naglfar for Golden Child. Yeah, Kepko is cooked. Oh, I guess he can get coins for another spend. Alright. But he's only ahead by 6 points, and Morvad is more than enough. Literally any card would have been enough. So Nick takes game number 1 pretty easily, but to be fair, Frost versus Bounty is pretty good for Frost with so many Veils. Especially this version of Frost that has Morvad. And he got to save Tyr Nalia for round 3, like easy round 1, easy round 2. Because those Wildhunt Hounds carried the game for him. If anybody's like new or casual and just wants a good deck just to play and learn the fundamentals of Gwent, I think usually I wouldn't have recommended Frost because Frost is usually like for red coin. But this version that has Wildhunt Hounds, like you can play it blue, you can play it red. Doesn't have any like hard counters and doesn't have any like, I mean, you're going to lose to some cheesy stuff maybe, but you have so many points and so many tools that you can deal with most things. It will teach you, the reason I'm suggesting it is because like in Gwent, you're in a game and even if you have perfect meta knowledge, like, and you know exactly what deck your opponent's playing, you don't always counter it directly. Like, he's got a hefty Helga. I can't kill that. But you can counter them. Like, you win and you bleed, and then you prevent them from getting synergies in the long run. There's things you can do. And a deck like this Frost deck will really help you understand those things, because you'll be in situations where, like, you'll have to use the tools you're given. I recommend NG Sahil. You can learn a lot with it. I don't. So this version that I'm talking about, Depression, doesn't even have Foglets. Like, Nick doesn't play Foglets. He just plays Unseen Elder and Morvad. And he runs Naglfar, Gales, and Winter Queen for consistency, and Wildhunt Riders. And you do get a lot of the cards, Wildhunt cards, in the starter tree. So. Like normal frost, I always like avoid it because I feel like, ah, what if I don't draw my foglets? Like I'm always anxious about that, but this version doesn't really have that problem. Akatosh, look at his username. Ooh, what kind of a question is that? My man's depressed. You want him to be happy? Like... I don't think I can pull up the reward page from here. But yes, you get a lot of good Frost legendaries. For free, basically. If you're happy and you know it, draw your cards. If you're toxic and you know it and you really want to show it, play Helga. Where's Garrus?
Squeeze me,
Here we go. So Kepko this time on blue is playing a Harmony Gezra's Ragnarok Precision Strike. And Nick on red playing Dwarves with Armors, Workshops, and Grammar. Both of these decks have some control, they got some points, they got some synergy. These decks are very Gwent. So Kepko is going to open with Leaks. He doesn't even have a premium though. Which gets locked right away. Now we see Antherion can play. Why are we... That seems... I guess he's playing around Rebukes, but there's no Rebukes. So, this stratagem that creates 2 Neophytes, you often see it used to proc Harmony. Or a scenario chapter. But in this situation, I guess he wanted targets to infuse. Yeah, I guess that works. It's probably just as many points as doing it later. Nick wanted to ping the Skirmisher with his Berserker, but he missed. He's not talented enough to land a 1v5. I like Kepko's chances because of that. Here comes the Witcher, also proc Harmony. Notably, Kepko kept Waters of Brocklock. I think Kepko wants to like leave the round quickly. Yeah. Kepko does in fact win the round, or leave the round. And Nick needs to deal with a 13 point deficit. Now he's got 4 points in these 2 cards. So he's actually at 18. Zoltan's Company ends up being the avenue of choice. 2 more points will go out, and he gets ahead by 1 and leaves the round. So this was 10. This would have been 6. Yeah. Zoltan's Company was basically perfect in terms of getting the minimum amount of points required to get there. That being said, it was also good synergy with Sultan Scoundrel. However, if Nick's planning to go long round anyway, maybe he's fine with it. He does have his resilience cards, so maybe he wants to play a little bit. And Kepko, he has Gezras. And some Harmony. Maybe he's also fine with a long round. I'm not sure who's favored in the long round. Harmony's not like I never fully understood how to play. Interesting. It's not hard. Scenario Harmony with the Call of Harmony leader is pretty straightforward to play. The one with Saskia. That's the one I would recommend to someone trying to get good with Harmony. But ultimately, you just think of Harmony like Thrive. Instead of a higher power unit, it's a new tag. And then everything that has Harmony goes up by 1. The Kefko uses a leader charge to ping the armor off the Dwarven Skirmisher. And Nick responds by just dropping his resilience unit. Kefko could play frogs here to protect his Harmony engines. But he doesn't have access to Gezrus. He could also, like... I mean, Simless is an option, but you don't want to use Simless on something that has 5 armor, right? Both players also run Heatwave.
Your vision will guide us.
Interesting decision to just lock the Zoltan. Because that doesn't affect the resilience status. And there are other locked targets in this deck. We should note that Nick didn't draw Mahakam Volunteers or Nova Justice. Those are his consistency tools. And he's got Simless and Eskel, Kramer, all of that in deck. So it's not a great place to be. Nick does play Zoltan and gets 2 of the engines to 1 power. And this is why I was wondering if maybe Epco should have played Fov into Frogs. So okay, now we see why he moved Ciaran, used Ciaran. He was trying to get Ragnarok value. I mean, but I don't know. Maybe he's just gonna go for the 2-0. He could definitely 2-0 here. I mean, I don't know if he knows, like, he doesn't necessarily know this. Oh, I'm sorry. Why did I say he could 2-0? Nick's the one bleeding. Okay, so as soon as Nick gets Ragnarok, he's like, I'm fine with this, and he leaves the round. Nick needs to draw Simless here, and he doesn't. He's in terrible shape, I feel like. Meanwhile, Kefko has drawn everything so he can just call the Forest or Half-Elf Hunter because he has all his golds. I mean, I don't know how you win with a Cranmer deck without Cranmer. Or Simless. No Cranmer, no Simless, no Zoltan's Company. Like, GG. And no Novigrad. Like, this is like the worst possible sequence of... Nick, what are you doing, man? You need to find your skill. This is a tournament, my guy. This level of gameplay belongs on the ladder. Poor Nick. Poor me for having to watch this pain. I'm getting like secondhand PTSD from just seeing it.
We're the best regiment in the whole.
That's awful. We got some frogs at least. I mean, it's gonna be not even close. Can he even Eskel? Yeah, I guess he doesn't have a Treant, so he does have an Eskel target. It's gonna kill some frogs, but we got extra frogs. You just drop Gezrus and then you move these 2 back. Or, fine. Fine. Do it the opposite. Wait, what? What? What are we doing here? Did we miscount? Was that a... Never mind. Nick just says, I fix it for you. What a bro. I think he's playing for the other team now. He's like, this side sucks. I want to be part of the other team. At least they get their goals. Oh, also Dragoon can move. Sure, yes. But you wanted to play Guesters first, and then on the turn that you played, you wanted to get full value. I mean, I feel like this would have been a lot closer with maybe a gold in hand. But he missed Garrison and he missed Volunteers, so all of his consistency was kaput. Alright. Kepko draws the series. You know, opponent just removal based on deck, so he can't really play Gezzers anyway. No, Gezzers, you play it to get points on the range roll on the turn that you play it. It's a deploy 15 card that spreads out the points. That's what Gezzers is. Gezzers always gets answered on turn 1, but you just want to make sure you get points on that turn. Oh, so you're saying Dragoon is... That makes sense. Given that it's always going to get answered, you only need to do it for 1 turn, so you could just play it like last. You don't need to play it as soon as it's available. That's fair. I got there. This is the time when somebody says, man, this is a good playlist. And it is. It's a collaboration between me and chat. Honestly, the thing I miss about playing Gwent the most is just talking to chat and listening to music together. Uncle Mosh vibing with the music! Oh my god. See, I told you, this is when chat says it. I have a good playlist. Are you on anyone's Spotify recap? Where's Sam? So you can say this is the wrong version. Never gonna Gwent again. Can't convince me, chat. Nice try, though. Have I ever played militaries?
We've hammered enough. Let's get to work.
It's not against the rules. No one has ever gone out of... Well, that's not true. Mastigo's made it to round 2 a few times. He made somebody rage quit my tournament once. He's like, a fucking... Who the fuck brings Trey Herd to the tournament? And I was like, Mastigos, who else? Like... Armor versus damage. My money's on dwarves, but we'll see.
You're lucky to keep your heat.
You know, guys, my Gwent arc is basically me becoming a chatter. Because, like, 90% of y'all don't play Gwent. You just like watching other people play Gwent. Don't lie. You know it's true. Like, I'm pretty sure 4 out of 5 people in my chat, even when I was like full-time streaming Gwent, didn't play Gwent and just liked watching. Now I've just become one of you. That's all I do now too. I just watch.
Elven blood.
Don't worry about it, Troko. Nobody plays any decks from my channel. Yeah, Akatosh on the toilet with a glass of wine in one hand and his phone with Gwent on it on the other. Alright, what the hell happened here round 1? Novi Justice. Yeah, Nick has drawing PTSD, so he wanted to get at least one card thing. But he used all his removal. Well, not all, but a lot of his control. This slander isn't necessarily for killing this. It's that if Nick passes, then the bounty also carries to the next round. Okay, I don't know anything. It's for killing it. The Hail is at 7 now. The Brute is at 3 profit, boost 5. And I guess boost 5, maybe it gets to boost 6, but that's basically the extent. Nick has a lot of gold. I mean, he could just... Oh, he doesn't have Cranmer. Never mind.
Abhorrent monstrosities, inconceivably grotesque.
This might be a time to pass for Nick. He does have another lock, and he does have Heat Wave. But I feel like if he plays another card here, he probably loses last say. Well, actually, I take that back. Yeah, no, never mind. I think I'm right. So Nick feels the same way that I do. Like, I mean, I was looking at this hand, I'm like, wait, he doesn't have a spender, but he does have Freak Show, so... I think it's a good pass. Now Capco has to play his Freak Show. But on the plus side, he does get to boost his Brute a little bit more. Gets a tiny bit of carry over there. But losing 2 spenders and Witchfinder to the bleed against basically nothing, Nick has to be happy with that result. Because sometimes when round 1 goes the way that it did, your opponent plays nothing and you have to play something to get him to pass. You're a little bit sad and you feel like you need to bleed to get him to commit something. In this case, it worked. So maybe Kepko should have kept Witchfinder for another turn, especially since it wasn't getting him ahead. But it's also hard, right? Bounty needs to get its engines going. This is where a Skirmisher would have been cute. But I guess I wouldn't have killed this anyway. Assimilate monsters? What? How do you get an assimilate pack for monsters? Casino monsters I can understand, but assimilate monsters? Was there a neutral that had assimilate? So Garrison for a skirmisher is actually kind of a cool play. But the armor gets removed. The thing is though, like this isn't a great bounty target, right? And at any point, Nick could garrison the skirmisher and enable the order. So it's a bit awkward now for Kepko because like you don't want to have bounty on something like when you play Scoundrel, right? Because it moves the bounty to the new card. But you also don't want to grade in this, so I think he's gonna play Scoundrel anyway. I think playing like bloody good fun on the skirmisher is totally not worth it. Maybe it is, I don't know. But you're not feeling good about it. So played for 7 points plus 1 coin. But you do prevent the scenario when this armor could have played for an extra 3 points. That's something. And now Nick plays a chariot, melee row with more armor. All this armor is just going to make Kepko's life difficult.
Wag your tongue, Teddy.
Hey Liquid, it's a tournament playlist. I made it just for this. If you want this specific playlist, I can get you a link. Just remind me near the end of the tournament, or we're right on a break, because I gotta do some stuff to make it happen. Without doxing myself.
Coins keep the game running. Clink, clink.
Damn the horse son! Don't think, just do.
There you go. This is the current playlist.
This'll be quick.
So Eskel used to take down the Brute. Zoltan is just going to survive. Heatwave's going to get limited value, as is...
Not so smart, no. But I can't smash it.
Caleb Manga. Nick could lead, like front row the Scoundrel and just answer Octavia. I don't know if he like has a way of knowing that. I also want to point out that Nick missed his Cranmer again, so his deck is maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a little needs more consistency.
Double face.
But yeah, he does remove the spender. And now I think Kepko is in trouble. Because his Manga's not really worth anything without a spender. He just leaders to stop Zoltan from pinging.
are not to be trusted.
And Nick plays Ciaran. The lock. Heatwave will play for 6 points, I guess. Simless into Armor's Workshop will be more than enough. So Nick ends up winning the series.
You are no lunatic.
He had with his 2 locks and his Heatwave, his Eskel, his Skirmishers, he had enough control to deal with Bounty, and then he had enough points and armor to prevent Bounty from getting any value. So Nick advances to the finals again, where he will be facing the winner of Bretko versus Ninja Pang, which is a game that's currently happening. They're on their 3rd game, so I'm going to use this chance to take a short break, and I'll be back right after. Where we will watch the finals. So do stick around. Oh shit. The Gwentus. The resilient tournament player crashing antlers with the council. So I've been talking this whole time about how my god, this must be an epic game. I'm sad to miss it. About how poor Kepko missing his Kalkstein, but also wondering if he would have won even if he drew his Kalkstein. And then lamenting about how I didn't get to see Bretko play at all because Bretko brought some cool decks. Not this one necessarily, although this would have been neat to see. Been a while since we've seen Ogurts, but we were looking at this hidden cache deck. It looks like we got some sort of Uprising Witcher's deck. Is there a Cohen? There's no Cohen. There's just a Siri Keldar. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sad we didn't get to see Redco play. Kuzia Melcy on Siri. Operator Rain with Defender. Wow. Sagis. But we are now in the finals. It's going to be Ninja Pang versus Nick. And it's going to be a best of 5. So right now players have 10 minutes to do their bans. Nick brought, as you saw, Simless Dwarves, Aristocrat's Ball, Devotion Frost with Unseen Elder and Morvad, and Captain Yago Jackpot. Ninja Pang brought Golden Necker Bounty, Devotion Shiru, V, and Drog Temple. Did I start the round? Yes, I started it before. Before I left. So players should be able to do pick and bans. Yeah. But thanks for checking. It's the kind of thing I forget. Thank you so much, Ares, for the bits. Appreciate it. Also, that was really good. Was that the AI option? Or did you feed it the text? I was gonna say, that was very good text. One of Mother Nature's most wondrous triumphs. Beautiful. Like, damn, AI's gotten so good. So I wonder what we're going to see as the bans. I feel like Ninja's going to ban Nick's NG. And I think Nick might ban V, actually. Because this has one tall punish. I mean, this can deal with V, but... You would have banned the ST. The Devotion Shiru. SC deck is so difficult to play against. I bet. My guess is you kind of want to like win round 1 and bleed, but that's like easier said than done. If you got like 5,000 answers. There's a lot of little answers, right? Are both finalists won before? Yeah. Both players have won this tournament before. Nick won 109 and 110. And in Japan has won, like, he's played in a lot of these tournaments. He often makes it to the finals and he's won a few. I think Nick's a slightly stronger player, but any of them could win this. Because this Pincer Drog deck is kind of a wild card. And there's also V, like, there's a lot of... I mean, all of these decks are very different. Both lineups are pretty diverse. So some of it's going to come down to bans and who plays what and from what coin. I mean, he usually plays meta decks. Like, this is a meta deck, this is a meta deck, but these are interesting meta deck. And this is a meta deck, but these are, like, not easy to play, necessarily. Nick is bringing his most winning decks? I don't know about that. He brought a different, like, he didn't bring his Blaze of Glory Warriors, and he, like, switched in a couple of... Like, I don't think he's played these before in the tournament. These two, and possibly this one. I don't remember if he brought NG. He specifically tried to bring a different set of decks this time. You know what game got robbed at the Game Awards this year? The Altars. Like, Jan Dolsky had such a good, like, voice acting performance. Because he played like 6 different characters, and I believed all of them were different people. But the same person, but different people. He brought G4, didn't get to play because everyone was banning it. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, Masquerade Ball has that effect. It has polarized matchups, and you sometimes you just bring it and it gets banned. I put it in my lineup once, just because I wanted people to have something to ban. So my other decks could get through. When you guys hear this song, do you feel like you're surviving in the cold? Because all I think of is like the heat map overlay of Frostpunk. Okay, the bans are in. V and Cranmer are the 2 bans. Interesting. So we're gonna get to see potentially aristocrats, Yago and Frost versus Drog, Devotion Shiro, and Golden Necker Bounty. So we got blue coin for Ninja Pang. Red coin for Nick. I guess V was a really good blue coin deck. And maybe that's why it got banned. We know Nick doesn't mind playing Frost from blue. What will he play from red? This is Yago with Madame and Professor. Right? He's got Royal Decree. This is a great coin on blue. This is a great deck on blue coin as well. We saw Gandalf bring this to the tournament. I don't think he was running Professor though. Probably running like Freak Show, Candle. I think that's the usual combo. Instead we have Vile and Professor. Players are having a deep think. This is there's a lot at stake for this first game in terms of queuing. B loses against Masquerade, but wins against everything else. Yeah, I did suggest that like if I was Nick, I would ban V just because like there's not enough tall punish in these 3 decks to deal with V, right? Polarized SY deck? This is pretty normal. The only thing that's like different than the standard is Professor. Nerfs force you to play polarized decks? How so? Polarized decks were like literally the only deck anyone played in terms of provisions, right? That's what you mean by polarized, like really high provision cards. Literally the only like until Golden Necker came out. Like, nobody was playing 7, 8, 9 provision golds ever, for any reason. It was just like, you just didn't play them. Every deck was like this. And we had, like, the rule of 16 or whatever, right? Like, articles about it. And then Golden Necker made a lot of those medium provision golds, viable because it gave you a payoff. Okay, so Ninja is playing NR from blue and Nick's gonna play Aristocrats from red. That should be interesting. I have no idea how this matchup goes. I mean, generally Aristocrats want red and he has it, but he also plays Scenario. So he doesn't play Gorthor Gavade, Ball Siri, like this is not the Miamon version. Well, this is like the older. And he also plays a Master of Puppet. Heck, wait, what? Well, we know Ninja Pang's gonna play Temple first. So it's Meave, Shawnee, and Voltest. Again, another Meave, Kira Metz, Philippa. Philippa's probably the choice there. And then Baron, I'm guessing. That's what I would pick. Okay, Shawnee, Philippa, Baron, yep. Alba Pikeman. Ninja's not gonna answer it. Well, actually, I don't know yet. But the first thing he's gonna do is buff his Enseus. He is gonna answer it. Yeah, he's gonna Boiling Oil it and get rid of it. Without Pikeman, a lot of the other threats aren't as big a threat. So Nick just plays the other pikeman.
Long sword, back sword.
Nick wants to put pressure on Ninja Pang. He wants to win on even, potentially, and bleed out Ada and Sayas. Like there's a lot of value this NR deck can get from his immune card. And I think Nick just wants to get it out. So he's going to play Thirsty Dame. There's no Natalis in this deck, right? And only one Boiling Oil, so... There is, however, a Vandergrift. So I could see Ninja Pang clicking this, dropping the Vandergrift, and then passing. Every time you put Temple on the board, I can't believe why play Tall Punish and control your deck when you can create it? Okay, so we're gonna see AA to Philippa. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? That does solve all of Ninja Pang's problems. Now Nick can't win uneven without heavily committing. So he just drops a Fang. And then Ninja drops Vandergrift. And then next turn he can play Ronvid the Incessant. Just get all the carryover. Okay, so the lock at least keeps the Vandergrift from boosting, which also disables the Grace ability. Because I don't think... I mean, technically a botchling could boost it 3 times next round. But then the Grace wouldn't proc. So yeah. I think Ninja can pass now. How does Nick get 16 points? Too late for Amir? It really depends on what is drawn. Yeah. Like, I mean, you don't want to play your Amir round 1. Because that also pulls out Art Fane. Which means you don't have it in round 3, and you'd absolutely want it in round 3. I think what Nick should have done was not let his opponent get a Philippa from Temple. Nick's just showing a remarkable lack of talent today. First, he misses all his golds with his Oyatel deck. Now he lets his opponent get a Baron and a Philippa from Temple. Like, what kind of a Papaga is that? So now Ninja Pang is going to drop Adastriga. And our decks generally struggle against NG soldiers. I mean, I think it just depends. Which NR deck, which NG soldiers.
Yes, that's the right shout.
So now Botchling is a 5 points a turn engine, because every 6 point a turn engines, because every time you click it, Ada gets 5 points. I expect it to get locked immediately. But first we're going to click the Art Fane, pick something to put at the bottom. Looks like it was Thana Turncoat. So Seditious is now top of the deck, and Turncoat is at the bottom. And then we're going to see him play Van Morlehem Hunter. I like literally just, I bet you $100 he's going to play Van Morlehem Hunter. There's no way he doesn't play Van Morlehem. Like, nuh-uh. Impossible. See?
The Van Morlehem's detests intruders.
I once played a Shillard in a ball deck just for proactive gold aristocrat. Kid you not, in the very first match, I said that it says to 1. Nice, that's hilarious, Akatosh. Shillard is pretty cool on ladder. I didn't even realize he had an aristocrat deck, aristocrat tag. In Temple meta season, I used to Shillard in all my NG decks. Yeah, that makes sense. I had it in my like Enslave 5 control pile. For those games when I didn't get last save. Just played Shillard last, and their Morvold would come down at 1 power. It was hilarious, or 2 power, or whatever. It's hilarious. So AA for Revenant. Ninja is bleeding hard. Okay, well he's gonna have to put Seditious Aristocrats at the bottom, because he definitely wants Masquerade Ball in round 3. Oh, this version doesn't have Usurper. And Vincent comes down to remove the Kedmini Revenant because there's no more locks left. Which means Enseus is not going to get tall punished. Nick responds to the pass by playing Coup on Vandergrift. So he does get 6 points of carryover. And Ninja is going to go into an 8-card round 3. He does have Kimbolt and Drog. But he's going to be against Scenario, Rosa, Joachim, Coup. Scenario. He does have 2 Aristocrats to proc it. But he doesn't have a Thirsty Dame in hand or Seditious. Seditious is near the bottom. We don't know where Thirsty Dame is. And this Roderick's a... Well... I was gonna say it's a brick, but Joachim doesn't play spying units, so... Kind of a crazy tense situation. Nick's gonna open with Scenario. He gets a Dame there. That's something. And I don't think Ninja can really answer it. I guess he could lock it.
What can I do?
Lock seems like a really good choice here. Immediately blocks this. And this is like... This was the most... This was most of Nick's points. He should put the Roderick bottom because it's an Aristocrat. But... Yeah. And he gives 2 bleeding. Does mean he... Like, his Joachim's just gonna play Hunting Pack rather than Thirsty Dame or Seditious. And the other thing is, Joachim is a human, so Drog can transform him. And that's a problem. So Ninja Bank's gonna play Shawnee and bring back a Squire. And what this also does is creates units. Possibly you could say this was a misplay, putting it in the front row. Maybe you should have put it in the back, because now this is going to be a 1-power Revenant for Drog. Nick can leader the Shawnee. I feel like he should have leadered the Shawnee and pulled out a Thirsty Dame before playing the Joachim. Maybe he didn't think of that line. Also interesting he didn't play Rosa before Joachim. But like he said, maybe he wanted to clear his Arcbane pool. Oh, Thirsty Dames are not human. Okay, would have had to have been Pikeman, and maybe Pikeman isn't valuable enough against Strog. He could pull Seditious, but there's no Emir on the board. And here comes Kimbolt. Kimbolt with a click on Squire pulls out the other Squire. And that is a lot of Drog value right there. PFI will fill the row. Okay, I guess Kimbolt is probably... So Nick knows now that he's getting a Thirsty Dame up top. Because he put the Master of Puppets at the bottom. Like, the last thing you want is Joachim into Master of Puppets, right? And he's going to leader the Kimbolt. He needs to save his poisons for Enseus. So he's gonna put, but he is gonna play Rosa now.
Angry instructor. I'll explain.
Thinking can be hazardous.
He poisons the Shawnee. He does have one other poison. Comes Anseus is gonna answer the Rosa, yes. 'Cause there's no reason to answer the Kimball. Now we're gonna see the coup on Joachim, I assume. Because you want to get this out sooner than later. And then he's gonna poison Anseus, and then Drog's gonna transform the Anseus. So he's kind of cooked. Like, without Emir in hand, you can't double poison something. Flutter is not at all similar. This is whenever any status, and it happens on both people's turns. Flutter is the first time, only on your turn, and when you apply a bleed. Actually, it's not only on your turn, but it's just once per turn. I think Ninja should hold it. But we'll see. I don't know why he played this. Why didn't he just play PFI first? Now because he has to play Baron front row. It's not inspired. Okay, he grabs the Cursed Knight, which means he can Drog. Cursed Knight will deal with any poison situation. Yeah, this feels cooked for Nick.
Generous? I trust every last one with my life.
I always thought Van Morlehem Hunters belonged in Monsters. That would have been really cool. Like if this was a cross-faction unit. Because they're vampires that lock or apply a bleed. Oh, that would have been so cool.
Kill! 100%.
Should have been neutral? I don't know, I disagree. I don't like neutral 4P locks. Oh, wow. Right. So, I guess, yeah, this makes sense. This Baron's gonna win the game, though.
We've a hero in our midst.
20-point margin, thanks to the Baron. So the Philippa won round 1 and the Baron won round 3. Temple is a card. And I mean, of course, Ninja's bleed was impactful as well because it got the Emir in round 2. Awesome to watch NG losing. I'm glad. So Ninja Pang wins game 1. And now he's going to be on red coin, and his pincer is gone. Nick's going to be blue. Those scenarios weren't doomed and you played double ball. And Armil is very unplayable. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that, honestly. Like at least Monsters has Goliath, right? And AQ. If you're just relying on Mata and Stregobor, like, you basically have nothing. Yes, I know there's a Sienna and other stuff, but, like, it's just... Ah, man, it's... It's like trying to eat ice cream with your nose. It just doesn't work. Sure, you can try it. But it's not impossible, right? It's, here we go. We got game number 2 against between Nick and Ninja Pang. Ninja Pang has had 1-0. He got the first punch in. There's taller Mandrake. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, Monster Mill also won't happen, so I guess it's maybe they're just as equally bad. But anyway, Nick with his patented blue coin Frost, but this time he didn't draw the doggos. And he is struggling. He's just going to open with an NL Conqueror, which is cool because it's got Veil. The moves are better? Yeah, I thought so, but I can't really think about it right now, so. What will Ninja play? Tunnel Drill. Tunnel Drill seems like a solid choice. And then not clicking also seems like a solid choice. He has a limited amount of coins and he kind of wants to save it for something that he can actually kill. But Nick responds with a Wild Warrior and basically says, next turn I kill it with Frost. So Ninja Pang drops the Blacksmith, and he should boost this to 3. Okay, now it's unkillable. This card is literally can't be killed for Frost. Like, I mean, I guess he could play Aridin, but this is the thing about Frost that you gotta exploit. They can't kill engines that are bigger than 2. If like if he had a Bruiser, he would have had to like apply Frost. And the only way to apply Frost would be by leadering this, and then that would have blocked the Wahan Warrior from killing. Like it's bad. Now he has an NL Aristocrat on the board. We're gonna see the move followed by Wahan Warrior actually removing the Tunnel Drill. So Nick manages to pretty efficiently and cheaply get rid of a damage spender, which is a big deal against Bounty. And this is Golden Necker Poison Bounty. So it's not quite the same. Like, it doesn't have nearly as many ways to apply Bounty, and then like a lot of the removals in this deck come from poisons, and that's also where a lot of the points come from. But Ninja does put Hysteria on the NL Aristocrat. If Nick passes here, what happens? I guess maybe Ninja could have caught up in 2 cards, but would have been tough. Now, though, Nick pretty much guarantees he wins the round. I think if you're Ninja Pang, that's okay, though. Because you... Well, I guess he's trying to think. If he plays Siri Nova, will he be able to get... Like... Nova would put him at 13. He would need another 14 points. And there just wasn't really a way for him to get there. But Nick seems happy to thin his deck. Well, I think Nick needed a proactive play. That's why he opened with the Conqueror. You can always play another one from Oberon anyway.
We shall conquer this world as we have conquered countless.
Like, Frost has limited proactivity on an empty board. So you kind of can't really save the Conquerors, I don't think. Nick wanted to get Tinnerly on the board for carryover, and now Ninja Pang has to deal with 17 points. So he's going to drop the Gellert. And I wonder if Nick just passes now. I think he wants to play Frost. Yeah, he wants to play Frost, get the Winter Queen out.
My ice will pierce both your hearts and minds.
And then he'll, like, if past games is an indication, this is when Nick might pass. He gets the roll in.
Stays in these woods for good. Got it.
I mean, he could just drop the Aridin and move the roll in. That killed the Gellert. That's exactly what he does. And the reason I say all that is because there's so many turns of Frost that, like, this Winter Queen is a bit of an existential threat, which means Ninja has to find a way to remove it. And Nick's hand is very gold. Like, he could... maybe he plays a Bruiser here, but I don't see him playing these 3 other cards. But at least he, like, broke the poison combo, and now he's gotten Mengen, which he will move with a Bruiser. I think. Because that probably protects the Winter Queen and gives you another turn of Frost damage to buff your Caranthir, which is a great card against Bounty because it has 1 base power. So Witch Hunter Execution comes out, it's going to kill the Aridin, but then Nick's going to pass, and then Ninja Pang will be stuck trying to get like 20 points or however much he needs. Because there's just 4 turns of Frost on the board, and there's a Winter Queen. And he doesn't have a way to apply Bounty. Yeah. Nick immediately passes, as expected. And Nick is going to be at 30 points once Ninja passes. So Ninja needs 22 points to get ahead. Leader is 8. So even Ignatius leader is not enough. Is he going to have to play Golden Decker? There you go. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We're in the finals. Hope you had a great stream. So it is Golden Necker. He's gonna purify and then double poison to get rid of the Winter Queen. So Ninja gets out of the round, but at what cost? That might have been a panic? No, he needed to. He needed to click this. Otherwise it would have been a tie, so... I mean, he has both artifacts on the board, but without Gellert, without Roland, I don't see how Ninja gets enough points to contest what's left. There's still an Unseen Elder, by the way. Hey, Rhapsodiro. Welcome in, welcome in. We do this tournament once a week, every Sunday. Everyone is welcome to join. You bring 4 decks. Best of 3s, and then in the best of 5 in the finals. And we're on tournament number 112. So we've done these every Sunday since, you know, a very long time ago. Except for a Curson. He is not welcome. Didn't draw his Elder. That's true. He also missed Gales in Naglfar and in Luris Wrath. So Nick's just been having really, really bad draws today, if I'm being honest. And he just opens with Frost? Eesh. Why not play Oberon? And like, I guess he wants to save leader for Moral, but
Smash it.
now Frost doing damage to Ignatius is a bit of a downer because it will keep boosting when Bounty gets kills, but
They shall not.
he still has these two cards, and I don't think Ninja can really deal with them. Wait, there's no answer for Moral. Nick's gonna have to use Oberon to create a bruiser. Bank into Furco, into Novi Justice, into Chorus Blacksmith.
Next time it'll be personal.
Yeah, missing Gales, Naglfar, Wrath, and Unseen Elder when he pinned Winter Queen and played Wallhound Riders is pretty tragic. Like, that's just some next level bad draws from Nick. We just see the Navigators come down.
We know the mysteries of time and space. All of
I think after this tournament, Ninja might add Kalkstein to his deck. That's twice now we've seen his Bounty deck just get absolutely blocked by... Well, I guess he did beat Rogros, but he almost lost to Rogros because of all the Veil there as well. Nick finally achieves his ultimate goal, which was enabling this Wallhound Hound. Finally he has dominance and he can play it. Yeah, what happened to Oberon? Oh, it was leadered. It was leadered. Right? Oh, leader is still... Yeah, it was leadered.
In my trade, I am a great artist.
So Moral will get value. Answering the Wallhound Hound. Well, that's not enough. Is it? Because Nick still has 19 points, though. It's not enough. So, you know, Candle will do Candle things. Moral will remove another 7. There's 3 points. And this will be another 4 from the Bounty. Spend. Click. And leader for 1 more. Yeah. Nick's gonna win the game by 9 points. Pretty close. Closer than expected, but Nick also missed a lot of stuff. But considering how round 2 went and Golden Necker was used. So that ties up the series 1-1. You milled your opponent to 0, but you still lost? If anyone doesn't know, Troko is trying to make an NR mill deck happen. He's finding it difficult. At least he's got a spiritual victory. It's good though, when you have a meme deck, like finally pulling it off and getting exactly what you wanted and still losing is really good because it tells you your idea is just garbage. And you can just rest. You know that you gave it a good try and it still sucks, and so you can just go on with the rest of your day. Mill only tournament when? You know? That's not a bad rule for a meme tournament. Every deck must have at least the ability to mill their opponent by at least 5 cards, right? Or 6? Like, in order to mill, you need... what's the right amount? Like, you need to overthin your opponent, right? The problem is, everyone will just put, like, a bunch of extra 4P cards in their decks. In a mill-only tournament. Who said mill? Cintrian. How would you... if you had to make a tournament where every deck was required to be a mill deck, what would be the rule you would write? I feel like, I mean, you're the most qualified person to answer this. Bronze only? No. Bronze only just becomes, like, a slop fest. Because we've had seasonals that are basically bronze only. Lilith's done Golden Necker only tournaments and Shoop only tournaments. They're fine. Every deck must contain Quackstrugable Mata. And every deck must have 25 cards max. What about NG only? Classic reads. 13 unit only decks? Lots of decks are like that. And our band. Or Temple Band. Yes, Temple Band, sorry. What about Torres? Henry's fine, because Henry gives both players cards. I think I ventured to say most people would agree that Temple should just be banned altogether, like from Gwent. Just remove that card. That's a card that can go to 20 provisions for all I care. Temple is the Hearthstone card of Gwent. Okay, so every deck must be able to mill at least 5 cards. I mean, if you want to do that without running Stregobor, I don't care. Because not every, like, Nilfgaard mill deck runs Stregobor, right? So every deck must be able to mill at least 5 cards. Can only have 25 cards in your starting deck. And we ban Temple and Torres. No Temple, no Torres. How's that? What do we think about that set of rules? Could be for tournament 113. We do a cursed mill only tournament.
You've talked enough.
Jimmy decided to nerf Riptide instead of Heatwave. But then wouldn't people just play normal decks and put those 3 cards in it? Centurion? Which faction can't mill 5 cards? I mean, if you can't mill 5 cards, you're not a mill deck. I can do it with monsters, and Troco can do it with NR. Like, you have to use Sienna, but you can do it with NR. Can't you? Oh, Syndicate. Yeah, Syndicate's the worst. Summoning Circle is the mill card? No, it's not. No. For a card to be a mill card, you have to reduce the number of cards in your opponent's deck. That other, like, if this number doesn't go down, you didn't mill them.
Now, allow me to retort.
Yeah. You can do like Mandrake on Thaler, you can decoy and then play pincer maneuver to replay the Thaler. Like, Anarch can mill 5 easy. It's Syndicate that can't, right? But you would only need like 3 factions anyway.
This is elven land, Dwan, upon which your kind dies.
Gold's only tourney? How do you even do that? Only, oh my god, stop it. These ideas are ass. Okay, so we're gonna see Fob into Frog mating season from Ninja Bang. Is it overkill? I mean, I think he really wants a short round. 3. But Nick's not gonna pass just because you played frogs. So now that we've had Cat Witcher Adept coming down, it is a pretty big gap. Nick is Devotion, so a coup on Okutters isn't bad. It would be 13 points. It would get him to 26. 28. Then he would just need 7 points. But he could do it with like Fergus would pull out Art Fane. So he's gonna play the coup. Stops the vitality. He's still down 12 points. But he could get 12 points in 2 cards. Maybe. This is 5. This is also 5. He would have to play gold. But Ninja, I guess, doesn't know that for sure, so he's going to play a backup plan. And he combines an Archer. Okay, that's going to end the round. There's just no way Nick can play. He needs 25 points. Hey, Harditch. Oh, sorry, and now we have Hype Caster mode. We're gonna go into round 2. Let's see what the mulligans are. We got 5 cards over here, 6 cards over there. It's gonna be 9 cards to 8 cards. The Mother Dryad is in hand. She's nursing a little baby Dryad because she's very sad, as you can see, that she hasn't become immune yet. She's like, people can counterplay me right now. Life is terrible. Well, you know what? The rest of us have to not be immune all the time, but whatever. You do you, girl. It's going to be Mahakam Pass, which has resilience. This is a castle. A castle is a building. A building goes on a hill and protects the surrounding areas. That means nobody can assail the castle. And that's why it lasts into the next round. It makes perfect sense when you don't think about it. We're going to have Mahakam Pass come down immediately for Ninja Pang. How will Nick deal with that? You know, he needs to get some tempo, but he also needs to save some stuff. Usually you play Emir to defend the bleed, but he doesn't have Emir in hand. What's he going to do? Is he going to play Scenario? I mean, if you play Scenario for 4 tempo and opponent passes, you're just very, very sad. So, I don't know. It's crazy. I have no idea what's going to happen. Like, proactive play Thirsty Dame just gets removed with the Dwarven Skirmisher and a leader charge. And if you play Seditious Aristocrat, you have the same exact problem. What do you do? I don't know. This has been a Hypecast brought to you by Tom Who Laughs. There's not a lot to lock in this deck, so I can see why Van Morlem Hunter being the card to play there, and then next you can play Emissary to catch up. Just vibe Joachim into Emir, easy. Yeah. So Nick can't play Coup anymore. Emissary is 6 points. Okay, he is gonna play Joachim. Joachim into Thirsty Dame. And will he be brave enough to put Vincent at the bottom? Yes, he is. So Vincent is now the 10th card in the deck. And this isn't a quadruple Joachim deck, so this is the last Joachim you'll see. Basically, Nick gave away his Joachim in favor of Last Say. This brand might look like a tall punish, but he's actually a bitch who can't do anything about this Thirsty Dame for another like 5 turns. What a garbage card. This music is way too peaceful for the carnage we see on screen. Siblins coming down for double Bountiful Harvest. He's going to get all of the carryover. Usually you play Siblins with Ithna, but in this situation, we're just going to play it right away. And you know, there's not enough specials in Nick's deck for him to be able to coup Simbas, which is usually a fun thing to coup if you can. And we have a Vryhead Sapper removing a 2 bleed, but it's really 1 bleed. And gets Ninja to 20 points. But that's not going to stop Ninja Pank from playing Joachim again. And now he gets an Album Pikeman. His combo is online. But, I mean, he already put Vincent at the bottom. Does he also want to put Emir at the bottom? I don't think so. I think he has to put the other pikeman at the bottom. It's kind of a tragic situation for him, but I don't see that he has a choice. Brahan is still not online. He will be online next turn, though. There is also a lock available in Morin. And the pikemen do get locked. But I think Nick is stabilized now. I think he can just play like these cards. 1, 2, 3. And save the Thirsty Dame for next round. No! He plays the scenario! Oh, that's tragic. Ninja just immediately just plays Rebuke. And I guess Nick was afraid of the 2-0 possibility. Well, we know because there's no Shiru Philivandrel that was never happening. Here comes Bran, though. Bran's gonna answer this Thirsty Dame. Nope, never mind. Now you have to lead her twice to answer it. Could just see a Circle of Life get played. Here comes the Emissary, yeah. Circle of Life was, you know, something, but you just traded it for Emissary. Nick's not sad about this at all. He didn't click Art Feign, though. Which is odd. He wants to save it for next round? I don't know. So now, Rosa doesn't have a Joachim to click on. And there's an Emir, but will that be enough to deal with the Point Slam Assault of Philivandrel and the control of Shiru? Philivandrel gets put in deck so that it can be played from Isengrim's Council. And that's going to give Philivandrel to Shaping Nature, which is Veil, the natural predator of aristocrats. Worst of all, Nick doesn't even draw him. Wait, did he put Emir at the bottom? No. Oh, I guess he was going to get it with Roderick, but Was he? Brahan would love to answer the pikeman, but he can't. And Shiru can't answer the pikeman either. I didn't see what Archfane put at the bottom, but... Roderick's gonna play Emir and hope to draw Vincent. Is that even possible? Did he math the math?
Patience is not a virtue I am known to
Put it on the back. This is gonna get Brand, and without... Well, there's still other ways to give points, give spying. And Nick doesn't steal the Roderick. Wouldn't stealing the Roderick have been... Oh, it's Order. It doesn't have Zeal. Right. This seems like a good Brand to me. But then again, there's... Yeah, because Rosa can get Shiru'd. Unless it goes to 7. 4 different statuses.
Humans above, beasts below. Don't know which is worse.
Ninja just drops the minor. So Nick will steal Roderick, making Brahan more awkward. Here comes Standard Turncoat.
Think you won. Think again.
This is the Shira song. For YouTube, we're listening to Guns N' Roses' Welcome to the Jungle.
The only good human is a dead human.
Here comes Philibandrel into Shaping Nature. As expected. Gives Vitality to counter the bleed. Doesn't need to give Veil. Also, there's a Vincent, so you don't really want to give Veil. Well, either it's gonna die to Vincent, which means the Veil was useless, or it's gonna... So Nick locks the minor because he doesn't want to give Shiru 5s to his opponent. But like, was Shiru 5s even good? I guess just less flexibility is better.
He's up to something.
Seditious at 7. This Brahan is still kecking. Now the funny thing is, and I mean, Ninja doesn't know this, because there's still a Van Morlehem possible to deep. Oh, Rosa the Roderick. That was a play too, I guess. Yeah, he can't... Ninja can't float the Shiru is what I was trying to say. So Ninja gets both of the Seditious with a double H Shiru. And I think that's gonna be game. I don't see how... Nick has 13 points on in his hand.
What are you two
Even blocks the
lovebirds
Alba.
whispering about?
I guess Brand won't get a lot of value, but... You should click this. Well... 2 leader charges on this Rosa. And a Brahan to answer it. And Ninja Peng is going to go to head. 2-1. Taking a win with Devotion Aithna versus Seditious Aristocrats. Scenario. Imposter.
These I invade. These
Felt like a pretty easy win once he got the scenario out and run. Virtue, because that was one of the dames. Like that. You need the blasting power of dames, but the Shira deck has enough answers that I don't know what you're supposed to do. Nerf Shira, how did the Scar beat the NG? So now it's 2-1. We go
Nerf
to
this
game
fucking
4.
card, man.
When Nick's gonna be on blue coin again. You already won with Frost. It seems like this Aristocrats deck is becoming a bit of a problem for him. All right, guys. I'm gonna do a giveaway for a Discord Nitro code. 1 month of Discord Nitro. It's a code given to me by Fluggy. I want to see if I can still do giveaway stuff.
So, how are things?
Been a while since we've done one of these. Hey, Georgia Show, how's it going? So if you don't know, Discord Nitro is like gives you better streaming on Discord if you share with your friends. It also gives you access to all the emotes from all the Discords you're in, and you can use them in any other channel. And it's going to cost 500 channel points or loyalty points or whatever. And you can buy
My collection's
up to 5 of them.
ever witnessed anything equal. Don't trouble yourself with pleas for mercy.
There you go. So what did I miss? Madame was decreed to Madame as the first card. Ninja responded with Witch Hunter Executioner, which got professored. So Nick just slamming Saul, Madame, Professor. That's his first 3 cards versus standard Witch Hunter Executioner from Ninja Pang. I don't see how Ninja wins this round. This round is over, but he could just drop Siri Nova. He might lose on even. Is it working? Okay, hold on. Yeah, no, it's not working. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix it. Try now.
Now this.
Ah, it's not working. I tried. Rip. Sorry, guys. Scuffed stream. Terrible streamer. I would have to like look into it. And I don't want to do that in the middle of the game.
So, you've half a brain after all.
So Ninja Bang actually tries to contest round. He plays Furco.
Once I'm through with you, you'll be begging like the rest of them. The streets of Novigrad look unkind.
Oh my god, Nick, stop emoting. Oh, stop it, dude. Toxic behavior. Oh no. You have to, I mean, it still won't be enough. So Ninja is gonna have to go down to 3. Oh, stop, dude, stop. Ooh. Oh my god. Yeah, I did say he might have to lose on even, and he ended up going down to use lead. Like, oh no, Ninja's in trouble. I mean, that's what the deck does. On blue coin, you play Madame, you play Saul. And in this case, he also played Professor, and then you pass. And then your opponent has to either take the loss on even, or try to catch up. And so you have half a brain after all. Oh, good. So, like, yes, there's a Siri on the board, but Nick can easily just get there. And he thins. He thins his Redanian, he thins his Sewer Raiders. Then he's gonna have Candle and Novigrad on the board. And an extra card at round 3. Now, importantly, this version of the deck that Nick is playing does not run Freak Show. So he doesn't have any control. Usually you would see a Freak Show in here. But without Freak Show, there's gonna be no answer to anything left. Professor is gone, and there's just poison, and that's it. Thanks for the follow, right in time. Right on time, I see.
Are we truly worth your time and effort?
Why did we click this now? Seems like that could have been useful for dealing with a threat. Like manga.
No, dwarves do not qualify for childcare tax relief.
Might be close, Nick's engine just dies. Nick doesn't need engines. He needs coins and he needs a spender, and he has Candle. But we'll have to see.
This tech never. Why, Constable, this is powdered sugar. You'll need Forms N6 CV1265X for that.
So Nick's now at 9 coins, which means these guys are going to start boosting. Like, it's not like Ninja Pang has infinite coins here. He does have the Poison Brothers, which is gonna help him, but as these engines start boosting, they're gonna become less and less worth removing, or they're gonna give less and less payoff to Bounty. But he's gonna play Manga first, not actually click it. Because he doesn't have a spender on the board. It's just a little bit odd. Like, if you're not going to use it this turn, why not just play Roland that turn? Oh, you can't poison your own units because... Oh. Oh.
You got a sea beast.
Right. This is the one matchup where you can't poison your own units. I mean, there's other matchups where people could play poisons, but this is the matchup where it's extra annoying.
Oak makes for the best fires.
Okay. So Ninja's gonna get to kill one of the tax collectors. But he's at 4 coins now. Yeah, if Ninja still had the Siri, he could have a lot of fun with Gellert. One of the nice things about this deck is even round 3 Siri can be useful. Not in this game though. Then Nick just drops the Pearl Diver. So in Jackpot, this will boost itself by 6 if you're full on coins. Which is usually the problem with Pearl Diver, so it's kind of a cool use of it. But we're gonna see Golden Necker now. He's gonna try and maybe Teshrim this. Or poison it, I guess.
On that, we find ourselves.
And he gets Candle from Golden Necker, not the poison stratagem. Wait. Did he already play the poison stratagem? Oh, it's in hand. It's in hand. My bad. So now Pearl Diver is got poison and it has bounty on it. So likely next turn, Nick will spend to get his coins low because he doesn't want this to get any further boosts. Now we see the poison stratagem come. And it's going to remove the Pearl Diver before it can go off. Did he overprofit? I don't think so. But again, tragically, he didn't play Roland before all this. So all these poisons going out, 2 points each is being missed. Roland will be on the board before Gellert poisons this. So that's something, because he has Fistek and he has an Order. So those two will be finished like a tall unit. Excuse me. 26-25 now, but we're about to get an explosion of points.
Same time next week.
Nick was trying to decide what to poison, and he ends up just poisoning the Executioner, since there's a Menge on the board. It makes sense.
Harvest Lee stays in these woods for good. Got
Why
it?
not poison? Why not? What are we doing? Why not Menge this? It's free. Just kill it. Like, bounty this, kill it, you get your coins back. What's the harm? Ah, that's the harm. Wait, no. This is worse, because now, like, I don't understand what's... Alright, whatever. Doesn't matter. Oh, because the bounty itself would have cost coins. He wanted to keep all the coins as possible. Okay, I get it now. I don't know why I was confused. So Ninja has to play his Ignatius at some point. I think he just plays Moral first. Because if you don't want to, like, you know your opponent has two toy, like, is it your opponent? You know your opponent runs poisons, and The last thing you want to do is give him the ability to poison your tallest units. You also didn't want to play this so early because I guess he could still play this and then Morale and then Pale. Leader will be enough to finish this off. He doesn't have to leader. He can just fist stack for coins. And then kill the Jock. Goes to 9 coins now. He still hasn't spent the candle at all, by the way. I'm not sure if I like these bleeds from Executioner. There might be an issue of time and stress, because candle spend is better. But this looks like it's going to be the turn for Nick to play his Yago.
Trade of services.
He's going to try and get as much value from his candle as possible without exposing himself to the Tall Punish. So right now his biggest card is a 12, and Morale will be going on a 12, I think. Or he could put it on King of Beggars. Because there are no pirates on the board, so this is really Nick's only single... Oh, that's a mistake. I guess this has... It's not a mistake because he gets 6 points back. 6 coins back if this lives.
Where's the challenge?
This is... I still don't know who wins this. Like, Nick is ahead by a lot of points, but Ninja has 12 plus 6 coins. And he's getting coins from all these poisons. Well, from this poison. Three, 4. Would get him to 2, and then click this. No, he should also spend an extra 2 here. E4. What is he doing? He overprofited. He should know that this click gives him 9 coins, so he needs to go to 0. Overprofit another 2. Wait. Oh, those 2 coins would have made a difference. Wow. Ninja overprofited like 2 or 4 coins by my count. And that definitely would have made the difference. Because he forgot about his Geller. 4. 4 coins miss. Yeah. Oh my god. It's so easy, but like there's like bounty coin management, and then Roland Geller coin management, and then also your opponent applying poisons. That's just so much to keep track of, but wow. Ninja is gonna be kicking himself when he realizes that's what happened, because he 100% had that, and the tournament would be over, right? Instead, now it's tied, and he's gonna go into a game 5 where he has to win with bounty from blue coin. And he's going to be against aristocrats from red. Let's see if Nick can actually win with his aristocrats deck once in this tournament. It's been getting bad, but this time he's lost twice with it. Did Nick make any misplays in round 3? I don't think he did. Oh yeah, this is also another matchup Because Nick's version of Aristocrat, he's like the only person in recent memory that I see run poisons and scenario in his Aristocrats deck. This is the final game. This is game 5 of the finals. So here's the bracket so far. Ninja Pang beat Ladder Ape, beat Rogbros, beat Bretko, and Nick beat Things We Carry and Kepco to get here. So neither had an easy road. Ninja Pang was like basically 4 coins away from winning the entire tournament. Well, he made a mistake under time pressure. Centurion is rooting for a tie. If there's a tie, they'll replay with the same deck, same coins. Maybe those emotes that Nick spammed in round 1 got to Ninja. So if that's the case, is that like the Centurion Lion play of the game? It's friendly. Sometimes there's prizes. Sometimes I put up some cash, but usually unless somebody donates something for it, it's just for fun. If you'd like to sponsor it, but for sure, reach out on Discord. Reddit Aura. Oh, actually, there is a prize. So the champ command gets named after you for a week. So Bretko was the champion of last week's tournament. So he had the command. Nick actually won tournaments 109 and 110, so he had it for 2 weeks. Anybody want some ore? Some card fragments? Some keys maybe? Some chests? So both players know what they're playing. It might be that they're taking a short break.
Slow, ain't ya?
Mosh Potato has been summoned for the finals. You get Potato Cast. Here we go. Game 5 of the most important series in the history of today. There's not been a more important game of Gwent played in this tournament, in this series, than in this match, than at this time, in this moment, in this place, in this location. We have Crystal Skull, which is like my coolest, my favorite stratagem actually. I think it looks really cool. Against nothing. That's right. 4 versus 0. And a Veil to boot, which is going to come in handy against Aristocrats. Meanwhile, Nick is playing Aristocrats with Scenario, Art Fade, Rosa, and a Master of Puppets because he's a diabolical genius. Much like myself. I am also a diabolical potato. Also, can we please ban people posting... Wait, actually, Doritos are corn chips. But that's alright. You can post corn chips. Toxic Streamer. Rich! Listen, buddy. It's bad enough I had to carry your fat ass in Arc Raiders all day yesterday. Like...
Dance, my love.
Now you're gonna make me do Toxic Streamer in the middle of the final game? Fine. You know what? How about you get to level 20 before you speak to me ever again? This freaking guy. He made me... Like, Sam wouldn't buy Arc Raiders, right? Rich bought it for him just so Sam could come into my game and be terrible and torment me with his badness. Like... I don't know, man. It's like you drove over to my house, like, for an hour just so you could go into my bathroom and take a big dump. And not flush. And then go home. And then you're like, hey, you want to hang out tomorrow? No, of course I don't want to... What?
Draw that bandana over your face. It's good advice. Trust me.
Flourishing this emotes distract the opponent. Thank you, Mr. Sir Dave Attenborough. May you live for another 100 years. Okay, so Crystal Skull on the Executioner, and now we have Gellert coming in, but not poisoning the Executioner for points. That's interesting. I guess he doesn't want to play too much into Vincent. That's fair. Man, is Ninja Bang ever going to draw Siri in round 1? Nick's just playing cards, right? He's not actually doing anything. He's just playing 3. Why did he discard? I feel like that would have been better if he discarded. Alright, so Ninja Bang gets a Siri Nova. That's pretty good. That, I mean, even if you just play it and force a trade with Vincent, that's pretty handy. Candle would have also been a good card. We'll have to see. I'm very curious to see how both players handle this now. The Ninja's first to play. I don't see him playing anything other than Siri. I don't know. Maybe because he has Golden Necker in hand, he doesn't have to thin, but he is going to play Furco into Novi Justice just to maybe improve his draws and slam a bunch of Tempo on the board. These are very good cards because they play for 5 plus 2 coins, and then it's just nice to have a spender that doesn't require your opponent having damageable units or bountyable units. Nick responds to this because there's a shield here. He can play Hunting Pack and also thin his own deck. And this is a card you don't care if it gets removed. So Ninja has one more Executioner in deck and a Tunnel. Does he run Tunnel? Why can't I click on the deck? Okay, there it is. He does play Tunnel Drill and an Executioner. He also has a Salamander Assassin, which we haven't really seen used to much effect yet. So Siri Nova comes down, and then Vincent immediately answers it. Gets the Artfane out, and brings Nick within a point of Ninja Pang. Now Ninja has to make a decision. This is the crucial point in any bleed. When you get to 7 cards, this is where he has to decide. Is he going to cross the Rubicon, I guess? Because once you go, right now if you pass, you keep your last save, even though your opponent has an extra card. But after this point, if you keep playing, you better win. When did Vincent get a power buff? I don't even remember. And if you're going to keep playing as Ninja Bang, what do you play? Because if you play something like Slander or Hysteria, that's very low tempo, and he doesn't have any damage spenders. So it's really awkward for him. On the other hand, do you really want to go long round against Aristocrats? I guess the answer is yes. When you can't bleed, you don't really have a choice. There is an advantage to this line, though, to consider, which is that Artfane doesn't get to fix the deck, right? So if Nick was missing a bunch of key goals, which he's not, but if he was, this would deny him the opportunity of sorting his deck. Of course, Nick will still play one more card, but that's basically it. That was a sneeze. You guys didn't hear that because I have the best potato microphone mute button micro in all of Spudtopia. You're welcome. Trust me when I say if that sneeze had reached the microphone, none of you would have hearing right now. It'd be like one of those scenes in the movies where a grenade falls and everybody has like can't hear anything because they've got flashbang. It would be like that. So again, you're welcome. Potato. Okay, so Nick gets first say. He's gonna open with Alvo Pikeman. Ninja responds by just playing Candle. How long can he go without putting units on the board? It's a good thing Nick didn't open with Scenario, like some ladder opponents sometimes do. Not that I thought he ever would, but... he does have Roderick or Rosa. That might be a play, honestly. Instead, he's just gonna drop the Thirsty Dame. Wow. He says, okay, you're not gonna deal with my Pikeman. I'm gonna drop the Thirsty Dame. Just let it be at 4 power. And Ninja could Tesham this. He could also Tesham the Pikeman. Probably Teshaming the Pikeman is better because you can poison the Thirsty Dame, right? There's no Purify for Nick. Wow, we're gonna see Caleb Menga come down. I mean, he's gonna apply bounty this turn. Yeah, so now this would have to take 10 damage. But these 3 points aren't just bleed. It's also 3 points of boost for Dame. But if you're gonna be removing the Dame with poisons anyway, you probably don't care. Interestingly, Nick will click the Artfane first. That means he's not playing Masquerade Ball this turn. I would have maybe wanted to play the Masquerade Ball, get my second Dame out as fast as possible. But maybe that's not really possible. Or that's not really what Nick wants to do. Oh, it is. Okay, so he just missed out on 1 point by sequencing it the way he did. So let's keep a track of that 1 point. I don't think it's going to matter in this matchup, but if it does, we'll know why. Something that Ninja Bang could have done was get more armor on this, because right now Hysteria kills the Pikeman. But Ninja doesn't want to wait. He pulls out Golden Necker and he overprofits by 6 billion because he got... I don't know why. Because he got banked as his special. But he knew he was going to get that. Maybe he should have... I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't overprofit. I wasn't actually keeping track. But I just assume he overprofited. Alright, there's 1 poison. And this Executioner is gonna take care of the Pikeman. And he overprofited 0 there. So 2 Thirsty Dames are on the board. One is poisoned, one has bounty on it. And feels like maybe this one should have been the one to get bountied. Because it's getting poisoned next turn, right? And here comes Emir to double poison, get rid of the Executioner. I guess the reason for all of this was that Ninja really desperately needed a damage spender, and he didn't have one. And Nick recognizes that, so he immediately plays Emir to double poison and kill the Executioner, and now Ninja doesn't really have a bounty spender. What's worse is he actually can't Tesham this anymore because it's now at 11 power. Okay. With Leader, I guess he could do it. And then Tesham takes him to 8 coins. Probably I would Menga now. Again, you know opponent doesn't have a Purify. There's no reason for you to hold on to this. Because next turn, it's could get locked. Like, even if your opponent doesn't have Van Morlam Hunter, which Nick drew from Emir, he could Joachim into it. So, yeah. Menga doesn't get to apply a bounty here. And that's a little unfortunate for Ninja Pang. What if we just made it 10 coins, Troko? Then it would be an even number. Would that be so bad? So now we see Gellert come on the board. I guess maybe he wanted Caleb to get locked. Right now there's actually no answer to Roland. Well, other than leader. There's a Roderick. Nick doesn't know that Rosa isn't on top, right? I guess he knows what's on top. He knows what Joachim is getting. So he doesn't want to get Rosa from Joachim. He wants to get it off of Roderick. Otherwise, Roderick would get bricked. He has to keep that in mind. There's another poison card in the deck, but not. I don't think it's going to be impactful. Okay, so Nick is going to play Roderick into Rosa. And what to give his opponent. He gives him a Kikimor Warrior and immediately yoinks the Roderick, because otherwise Kikimor Warrior would have eaten the Roderick. And Nick still has the leader charge. He hasn't locked the Roland. He wants to get, I mean, he gets more points the longer he waits from the actual ability, but 2 coins per poison is also a lot when there's a candle on the board. Ninja can, like, this is worth 2, so he could click the Kikimor Worker on it. And the new card wouldn't have a status. So.
Death can come where blood
There's Moral. This time he didn't overprofit. He's at exactly 9 coins. He's like waiting as long as possible to spend his coins because he doesn't want to give extra value to opponents. All removal, although it doesn't.
challenge.
Oh, to Rosa, I guess. Now this is interesting. Oh my God, Nick's gonna he leaders the Moral and then he coos the Moral. Now he's got 2 Morals. A third one with oh my, Nick, stop! Wow, a flock of Morals on the board. Holy Christ! What do you even do at that point? Oh my God. I'm speechless. He's like, how many Morals do you want? Yes. The answer is yes. Now, the first time you poison Roland, Ninja will get 2 coins, but I mean, Ninja should have waited on the Moral until leader was gone. But I don't know.
Long live the Emperor.
Here comes Joachim now. Gets a 16 points Seditious Aristocrat. 70 points to 30. I don't think there's any saving this. We're just so used to everybody always Rosa and cooing the Joachim that maybe we forgot the like they can also do that to other cards, especially with Emir on the board. I mean, there's 3 poisons left for Nick, and I just don't see how this is going to go any other way. I think he's at this point he's just trying to make sure he doesn't do a terrible misplay, but I don't see how this game goes any other direction.
These I invade. These I sign a treaty.
He's gonna wait to use these. He doesn't want to give extra coins to Ninja or flexibility. And he also wants to make his life difficult in terms of what he can and can't. Boost with Candle. But Nick used this one right now because Ninja was at 8 coins. And so he only got 1 coin from that, I guess. I mean, he could use a Kikima Warrior on this Roland, but he might as well play his poison now while the Roland's alive. It won't really matter. Those extra 2 coins aren't really spendable. Because with Leader and Hysteria, he gets another 4 coins here. I guess he could kill a Moral. Van Morlem Hunter as the finisher. There's a 21 points of this Aristocrat on the board. A gang of Morals. And Hysteria. You get 7 coins, which can't be spent. At 69 points to 39. Nick wins the tournament, the finals 3-2, winning the tournament and getting his 3rd championship in 4 weeks. Very impressive run by Nick. I think he's going to be demanding some opponents. He switched up his decks this time, didn't bring his like usual lineup, and he still went to the finals. Well played, and was a pleasure to watch, and also well played to Ninja Pang. Can't be easy being so consistent. And he was like game 4 goes a little differently. Ninja Pang wins the series. So great series of games. Thank you guys all so much for being here and for participating. I really appreciate it. If you like this video on YouTube, press like and leave a comment. Let me know if you want to see more tournaments. With that, we're going to end the YouTube stream.